Moxie. Hey, Patty. Hey, Eli. Hey, North. Hey, Joker. How you feel? I guess better than yesterday. Hey, Sierra. Hey, Abby. I feel like it's been so long since done debates. How's Tuffy? I mean, she's good right now. I'm giving her antibiotics twice a day, and her surgery is on the 17th. I guess getting more and more unhinged. I don't know how debates will go. How was yesterday? I missed a live. We just played Mario, so didn't miss much. Although it was fun. Hey, Moon Johnny. Okay, so this was the caption. This was the last caption we used. I mean, it's still true, but I don't know if we should do something specifically to what's going on right now. I've also kind of not been paying attention entirely to protect my mental health. But there's a lot of like fascism stuff happening. Thank you, Sim. Thank you, Moxie. Y'all want to give me a crash course of like the absolute biggest stories of the past week that I really need to know about? Hey, Prophet, where'd you get that shirt? Pokemon Center like 2 Halloweens ago, I think. Like obviously the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, right? The Tylenol stuff. I watched parts of that press conference. Hegseth meeting, I don't know about. Wait, is this the one where he's supposed to be like bringing back the warrior ethic or whatever? Have you seen any of the CK speeches given? Have you seen any of the speeches given at the CK Memorial? Talk about Nazism. That whole thing was. It was. I mean, it was a rally, right? That wasn't a. That wasn't a memorial. That was. That was a Trump rally, Klan rally, whatever you want to call it. It was a rally. They were selling merch. Like, imagine they're selling merch at your memorial. Isn't that not like dystopian? Something Tylenol, autism, something dictator, something CK was inside job. Oh yeah, I was seeing the ice bullets or whatever. That's a whole other thing. Okay. Details emerge on Hegseth's unusual mass gathering of top brass. Apparently, troops to Portland now. In all seriousness, Dan, the 2/3 prisoners missing from Alligator Alcatraz needs to be talked about more. UN elevate the escalators. Yeah, I saw some memes about that. Love to get it off you if you know what I mean. Poopy, are you? I can't tell if you're flirting or trying to buy the shirt off my back. But with that upcoming vet bill, you know what? I might take you up on that offer, washed or unwashed, however you want it. Okay, hundreds of Alligator Alcatraz prisoners deepens. Let me see here. Miami Herald's findings were based off 2 detainee rosters for the news outlets obtained. Snopes sought further details. Careful, Dan, it's not past midnight. All right. Here, we're not live on TikTok yet, so. Okay. Miami Herald is reporting that about 2/3 of 1,800. Oh, hold on. Let me set up the Chrome tab. 2/3 of the 1,800 immigrants who were held in the ICE jail in July have gone missing from ICE's online database, with their families unable to locate them. Some users in comments asked Grok to verify the claim. Dozens of Snopes readers also searched for answers on the site. We looked into the rumor and found that it stemmed from investigations published by the Miami Herald that claimed the whereabouts of 2/3 of more than 1,800 men detained at Alligator Alcatraz during the month of July, as of the end of August, were unknown. The Herald did not claim to independently verify whether family members could not locate the 1,200 detainees, as the post above claimed, but rather used two detainee rosters. We're going to keep reading in a second. On July 14th, the Herald published the names of more than 700 detainees housed at Alligator Alcatraz. The story noted this list, made public for the first time, was shared with the Department of Homeland Security and Florida Division of Emergency Management. Yeah, I have heard, Heidi. Which oversees the site, neither disputed its accuracy. On August 19th, the Herald published another story based on a second list the outlet obtained of 1,400 detainees' names. The reporters did not list each name on the roster as they did with the July 14th story. The second story, reporters compared the two data sets, searched names on the detainee locator system for ICE, and found that 2 out of 5 immigrants on the list from the outlet's July 14th story were moved elsewhere. The August 19th story read, more than 40% of the 750 detainees in the initial list were sent not out of the country, but to other ICE facilities, the Herald found. Another 40% were still at the detention center. Alligator Alcatraz detainees often didn't appear in ICE's locator system, the Herald found, and the fate of the rest, around 150 detainees, is unclear. Some of them were likely still at Alligator Alcatraz, but others may have been deported. The number in both datasets are snapshots in time and fluctuate as detainees enter and leave the facility. By September 16th, reporters Ben and Shearshow used the two detainee lists the Herald obtained in July and August to determine that, as of end of August, the whereabouts of 2/3 of more than 1,800 men at Alligator Alcatraz during the month of July could not be determined. Okay. They then broke the numbers down. According to their findings, 800 detainees showed no record in online database for ICE, while more than 450 listed no location and only instructed the user to call ICE for details. We wrote to the United States Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, as well as the Florida Division of Emergency Management, which oversees operations at Alligator Alcatraz, seeking information on detainees reportedly not accounted for. DHS responded, false. No one is unaccounted for, including Alligator Alcatraz, in ICE's online detention locator system. This is yet another hoax about the facility. While the Herald did not reveal where it had obtained the two listed detainees, news site did use public records to reportedly verify the accuracy of the lists. In an email to Snopes, Weeder wrote, "Form our reporting in this story and our prior stories, compared information on the list we've obtained with information from ICE's online detainee locator. We've also verified information from the lists with our EOIR immigration database." Other records. OIR. What does that stand for? What does EOIR stand for? Executive Office for Immigration Review. Our comparison of the data we've obtained with these other external records and numerous interviews has confirmed the accuracy of the data. Broadly speaking, the detention center, which is technically run by the state of Florida, has reportedly made it difficult for attorneys to reach their detained clients, therefore allegedly violating detainees' First and Fifth Amendment rights, according to a lawsuit brought by the ACLU. The September 16th story, while dependent on these two detainee rosters for evidence, also presented testimony from family members of two detainees who had reportedly gone missing. One man, a 53-year-old Guatemalan detained there, whose family asked that his name not be included for fear of retribution, didn't show up for a hearing, according to his attorney. Government attorney told the man's attorney that he'd accidentally been sent to Guatemala instead of being transferred to a different detention center ahead of the hearing as planned. Whoops. Communication from another man, Cuban national Michael Borrego Fernandez, went silent after ICE transferred him to another facility in California. His family described the situation as psychological torture as they were worried about his health given recent surgery. They then found him in Mexico, where ICE had deported him without notice. Whoops. In sum, while Snopes had not independently verified that each name on the purported lists Miami Herald used to determine the 2/3 of the detainees at Alcatraz during the month of July were missing from ICE's locator system as of late August, evidence exists from real cases that detainees apparently have gone missing for stretches of time or are not where ICE said they were. Therefore, the possibility exists that other detainees reportedly missing from the ICE system were also deported or sent to other unknown facilities without their families' or attorneys' knowledge. So it's not that they're missing, it's just that they don't really remember where they sent them because they sent them to places that they weren't supposed to be sent. I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse here. Anyone hear about the 70-plus-year-old car wash owner with a heart attack that was attacked by ICE and thrown to the ground? No. I do have a personal news story though. So a couple nights ago, we got an Amber Alert. I don't know if it was the entire state of Florida or just like several counties, but we got an Amber Alert about a missing 17-year-old boy. And I mean, usually I don't really like look into the Amber Alerts if I'm at home, right? I'm not gonna hop in my car and go looking for the person, right? But that Amber Alert in particular popped up on social media for me as well. And this is what the story was 48 hours ago. The last the family had heard from this boy was him on the phone saying, I've been shot, 4 Hispanics in a white van, and then like that's it. And then the police find his phone broken in half. So obviously there was a lot of worry and concern. There were also a lot of people that were starting to draw very, very racist conclusions. Turns out the boy made it up. Like the next day, we found the police came out and reported that they had surveillance that showed that some of the details that were reported the day before. So I'm talking about the report was 2 days ago, or the Amber Alert was 2 days ago. Yesterday, they're still missing, but the police come out and say that the details that they released earlier don't seem to be true because they had like surveillance of him buying a bicycle and then riding away on his bicycle. Like they had that on, so they showed the pictures. And then they said, we're still treating it like any other missing persons, especially for someone under 18, blah, blah, blah. And then they found him last night, safe somewhere, not shot, no holes inside of him. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know if he's gonna be charged with anything. But it was wild, and like Facebook is already a cesspool of like super racist people, but to see like the theories starting. And then even what was wild was when the police came out with the first update about how like like they had to be careful with their words. They didn't want to say like he's not in danger because he's still missing. But the police were like, yeah, with this surveillance, it's clear that some of the details that we reported before were not accurate. People were still like, well, that doesn't mean that blah blah blah. Anyway, so that's just I don't know. That probably didn't get national news coverage. So I figured I'd report that to y'all. Okay. So where are we at? Are we just using this? Should we do a more topical caption? I don't know. I feel like I haven't debated in so long. What is there even to debate? Are there people that still support Donald Trump? Not real ones, right? Trump. %45 approval, 52% disapproval. My favorite is why are conservatives so weak? Well, what's the sorry, you guys can't see me. Maybe try conservatives hate children. Yeah. They hate being called weak. Yeah. What's the go-to when they ask like why do you say conservatives are weak? What's the go-to there? Is it that they're like subservient to their man overlord? Like what I'm not saying you guys are wrong. It's just my head's not in the game. So is it that they're too weak that they need their big metal penises and are cool with kids dying? Is it too weak that they're not willing to stand up to the top 1% and would rather just lick their boots? Like they love Papa Trump. The problem with they love Papa Trump though is that they'll always walk it back and say, "Well, I don't I don't agree with everything he does, but meanwhile they have like one of those shrines like Helga Pataki had of Arnold the Trump in their house. But then defend everything he does, yeah. Conservatives hate children is a good one. The thing is, I've had a video that I'm working on for a while, and I just haven't been in the right mental spot to do it. But basically, excuse me, basically it goes over the fact that like literally everything conservatives stand for is anti-children. So I usually say afraid of empathy because seeing other people for who they are means they might see things they might not like about themselves, but that's not very catchy. And also, a lot of conservatives are, like wear that as a badge of honor. Like Charlie Kirk, may he rest in piss, said he doesn't believe in empathy. Elon Musk said empathy is a weakness. This is like for conservatives, empathy is like a bad thing. So Okay, so it's so wild to me. I'm looking at his approval rating here. Hey Ashley. I'm looking at his approval rating and like he is at a low point for his second term, but we can do better, right? Look at his December 20th, 2022. He's at a 37% approval rating. Um, obviously after January 6th, here. Yeah, 38% approval rating in January 6th. So like we should be we should be below this at this point, right? Because it's not like he apologized or made up for any of his transgressions. He's just been adding on to it. Yeah, they don't know what forsake means. Y'all remember that hard line when Gaara was talking to the other Kage and he said, "When have you forsaken yourselves?" Like that. Hey Cam. New Jersey governor's race is growing increasingly competitive, sending trouble signals for Democrats in a state where Republicans made inroads. A recent poll from Emerson showed Democrat Mikey Sherrill, and Republican Jack Torella tied at 43%. Meanwhile, a decision desk polling average of the race has the Democrat leading by 4 points. Yeah, so the reason I'm looking at this is I saw a story recently about how a freedom of information request, a FOIA request made about the Democrat in the race, accidentally leaked her social security number and her address, and like Democrats are calling for an investigation because it appears that it might have been like a Trump loyalist that was installed in that spot or something. I don't know. But either way, another interesting thing is that this race is so tight, but it does track. As a reminder, Chris Christie was the governor of New Jersey. He's a Republican. Obviously, he's not a MAGA Republican, but he's still a Republican. And New Jersey also it ended about the same as New Hampshire in 2024. Kamala only won by 5 points in New Jersey. Very, very troubling situation there. And I mean, it's not super surprising as someone that came from New Jersey, where you have a lot of areas are just like rich white people. And hold on. Yeah, so like Trump winning Passaic County was also wild. Passaic County has Patterson and Fayette and other majority non-white counties. But yeah, a lot of weird stuff. No, I won't say. I shouldn't say weird. I don't want. It's not a conspiracy. It's just a lot of like bad stuff for Democrats in Jersey at the moment. Um, Reminds me of something. I haven't, Cash. Or we should get the live going at some. Um, I do have to feed her antibiotic. Right, it's gonna take a while. Um, I mean, it shouldn't take a while, but it may take a while. I also have to log in to the other account. Oh, good. It already has me logged in. Okay. How's Walker? Walker only shows up like once a week now. So I don't know if like he's being fed elsewhere or what the situation is there, but he used to show up once a night and now he shows up once a week. Seems fine. Seems, I mean, he's still deaf. Nothing changed there, but other than that. Hey, Violet. Logged on to TikTok. Let me go feed Tuffy, but and hide the pill in her food. Um that's just something. Caffeine. Hey Clutch. Hey Rose. Rose was already here. Hey Rose again. I can't even figure out what to play.
President Trump, who I don't usually agree with, called COVID vaccines, quote, one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern-day medicine that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. Scientific community agrees with Trump. Lancet study found that it prevented almost 20 million deaths during their first year of use. Secretary Kennedy, are President Trump and the medical community right, or do you still believe that the COVID vaccine was, quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made?
No, first of all, I didn't say that. Oh, I said that in terms of affairs reports a while ago. I said today, I think that President Trump should get the Nobel Prize.
So who's right? Is Trump in the medical community right, or are you right?
President Trump did an extraordinary piece of leadership.
Is he right or wrong? Did COVID save millions of lives?
As I said, he got Americans back to work. At that time, that particular vaccine was perfectly matched to the virus that was circulating then. And I have no idea how many lives it saved, but it saved quite a few.
You know, what I find a little bit weird in this discussion, I'm hearing it over and over again this morning, Mr. Chairman, is we've got the entire medical community on one side. You got the AMA representing hundreds of thousands of doctors, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association. All of these organizations are telling us that COVID vaccine and vaccines in general are safe and effective. You are casting doubt on that. Who are the organizations that are agreeing with you and casting aspersions on vaccines?
The primary advisors are Marty Makary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Vinay Prasad.
So you got a few doctors who agree with you, and I'm giving you the
Not
name.
a few doctors. What you're talking about is there's a big difference, Senator, between established science and the scientific establishment, which has been co-opted by the pharmaceutical industry.
So you're telling the American people that the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted and that they should not trust their doctors.
And I'm
the
telling
American
you,
Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody
industry.
but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, you know, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president, you got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying,
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the American people.
Listen, people disagree with me all the time. I have arguments in my agency, heated arguments every day with Jay Bhattacharya, with Marty Makary, with Dr. Oz.
You have given the names of a few people. I have given you the names of organizations representing hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists. I yield, Mr. President.
Senator Tillis.
Sorry that I took that. I took so long. Tuffy's really good at dodging the antibiotic pill in her food. Like I had to keep like digging it back into the top of her food and hoping this will be the bite where she takes it. I love Bernie Sanders and I love Kurt. Oh, there was something else I wanted to look into. Is the Mike Johnson isn't seating the Democrat that won the special election, and everyone's saying it's because they would be the final vote needed to release the Epstein files. We fact check that. Not that I'm saying that sounds not like Mike Johnson, but Adelita, yeah. As the federal government inches towards a shutdown, tensions have continued to simmer around Rep-elect Adelita Grijalva. Am I pronouncing that right? Democrats are anxious to seat her. Presence in Congress would put pressure on Republicans amid the ongoing government fight. She also is expected to be the majority-making signature on the highly watched resolution that would force the Trump administration to release federal files on Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, there was another thing too. Wouldn't like Elon Musk in the Epstein files? Hold on. Epstein. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon among names in new Epstein documents. What are these documents? Oh, there's so much news. Okay. What to know about the newly released Epstein documents? More documents were released that reveal several high-profile names of those involved with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Democrats vowed to continue releasing information about Epstein while Republicans are accusing them of politicizing the issue. Where is it? It says everything you need to know, but it's not showing everything you need to know. I don't know how to navigate CBS News. Jimmy Kimmel talking about it. Files turned over to the House Oversight Committee by the Epstein estate appear to show that Musk had been invited to the financier's island in December 2014. Separately, a manifest for a flight from New Jersey to Florida in May 2000 names the Duke of York among the passengers. Musk and Prince Andrew have been approached for comment. Prince Andrew has previously strenuously denied any wrongdoing. By the way, so I wasn't going on live when like the Prince Andrew stuff first happened, but this man has been let off way too easy. But anyway, the partial records are from the third batch of documents produced by Epstein's estate. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee say they include phone message logs, copies of flight logs, and manifests for aircraft, copies of financial ledgers, and Epstein's daily schedule. In addition to Musk and Prince Andrew, the files released publicly also contain the names of other prominent figures, including internet entrepreneur Peter Thiel and Steve Bannon. One line in the records dated December 6, 2014 reads, Reminder, Elon Musk to island December 6. Is this still happening? Flight manifest records that Prince Andrew was on a flight with Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell from Teterboro, New Jersey to West Palm Beach, Florida. On May 12th, 2000, Maxwell was convicted in 2021 of conspiring with Epstein to traffic girls for sex. As a reminder, according to the Trump administration, Epstein and Ghislaine were trafficking these girls to nobody. One heavily redacted ledger records 2 references of payments for massages for an Andrew in February and May 2000. While palace records, photographs, and press reports from the time indicate Prince Andrew had traveled to the United States around the time. Hold on one second. Hey, baby. I am on the pre-show right now. $46. Yeah, we're reading news articles. I'm behind. But okay, how did it go? Good. Did Moxie and Neely say hi? Said who? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She said, tell them I said hello, my friends. Can I say it more like you? Hello, my friends. Okay. Anyway. Are you going to bed soon? Oh. Yeah. There you are. All right, baby. I do. I love you, but I do need to eventually start the TikTok live. So if you want Uber Twitch right now, okay. Bye. Okay. On May 11th, 2000, Buckingham Palace said on its website that Prince Andrew had flown to New York to attend a reception there for the National Society of Prevention of Cruelty to Children. Well, that's an interesting coincidence. Andrew returned to the UK on the 15th of May, a later entry said. There's also an entry in the files referring to a planned lunch with Peter Thiel on November 2017. They also include an entry about a planned breakfast with Steve Bannon, February 2019. The files also mention tentative plans for a breakfast party with Microsoft founder Bill Gates in December 2014. In 2022, Gates told BBC that meeting Epstein had been a mistake. Not suggested that those mentioned in the files were aware of the alleged criminal activity for which Epstein was later arrested. Epstein died by suicide in a New York jail cell in August 2019. Well, blah, blah, blah. In 2008, he reached a plea deal. Yeah, we know about the plea deal. Arrested again in July 2019. So, here's the thing. If I want to be intellectually honest, right? Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon meeting with Epstein or being on these logs does not mean that they knew what was going on or partook. But if I wanted to act how the right has been acting, essentially since what's that guy's name? Since Rush Limbaugh started getting popular, then my caption should be Elon Musk is a pedophile, right? Like that's where we're at here. But anyway, Prince Andrew, I think there is more evidence pointing towards because he literally was on what is it, the massage thing? This came out a while ago, a few years ago, but yeah, like he's paid for massages there, and we know what happens with massages on Epstein's Island. So like Prince Andrew is definitely I wouldn't say done for nearly because like we knew this 5 years ago or whatever, and he still, hasn't saw accountability. That interview though, hold on. Does anyone remember when was this? Prince, the famous interview. Yeah, it was 5 years ago. This was a rough watch. Like, yeah. So he did get official duties pulled. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't have Chrome open. But yeah, this interview 5 years ago. Yeah. So like for people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, you'd have to like have more evidence that they were more involved with that side of what Epstein was doing, or if they knew about what was going on, right? Like if they said something along the lines of Jeffrey Epstein's a great friend of mine and I know he really likes his women young, or something like to Another Amazing Secret or anything like that, then we really start to think like, okay, that's shady, right? Bring to Donald Trump, in case that over y'all heads. But yeah. Then again, I think like this cheap followers on blank.com. You know who needs cheap followers? that Hannah K. Brown lady. Did y'all see what happened there? I don't know. She had like 900,000 followers. I don't know if she was like a non-political account or what. Like, there's a lot of content creators that you've never heard of and have 1 million followers. Like, we're just at that point in 2025. So I didn't know who she was. I don't know if she makes comedy skits or whatever. But she was losing followers because she went to the Charlie Kirk Memorial and she made like restaurant skits. Oh, got you. And she was trying to say that like she it doesn't mean that she's MAGA or doesn't mean she's like a Charlie Kirk supporter. She just went to a memorial for a man who was brutally killed. But she drove 13 hours to go to that memorial. Brother. So she lost like 200,000 followers but then she gained like another 100,000 or something. And I saw NORAD's left a comment that she was buying followers, and I kind of believe it. It's either she's buying followers or MAGA found her, because MAGA love when they can like send support to somebody who was rightfully called out. Like, remember when they raised $600,000 for that lady that screamed the N-word at a child? Like, MAGA loves finding horrible white women. Charlie Kirk pulled it off too. Anyway. All right, what about the caption? Why does MAGA support child sex trafficking? I think we could do that. TikTok won't like that. When I have an eyelash in my eye. All right. Why does MAGA approve of Jeffrey Epstein's actions? And a reminder, it's not just the cover-up. Not just the cover-up. And I will show y'all. I'm definitely going to cover this at some point. When I'm less depressed, I'm going to make a video about this article. But, like the title of a research paper. No, really. Really. Also, let me try to get Tuffy in the... Tuffy, it's not a camera. Don't worry. Just do what you're going to do. I'm not even looking at you. He knows. Um. Like that. Yeah, let me do it in the actual. I mean, I could just do it like that, which is kind of floppy. Oh yeah, we don't need to. That's right. We don't need to put Jeffrey. That's like a. I'm not talking about Bruce Epstein. And that way we could do this. Oh my god, they logged me out of Canva. You know what? Screw it. I'll just do that. Do I have a MAGA request up? Type it. I did. I might have deleted it. Uh, oh, I do. Okay. There we go. The Epstein files. All right, how's that? Oh, the statue? Jesus. What happened here? Weird. Okay, I have to do some things. I gotta make Lyndon stop meowing. Hold on. Wait, we want a better. Okay. Try this. Maybe read letters so it Red letters. Okay. How's that? Are you live on TikTok? Not yet, but I'm about to be. Okay, here we go. Oh my lord, that's large. Okay. Is that good? Just center it. Lock it in. Chrome is still in front of it, right? Good. All right. We're not in gaming. Okay, here we go. Going live on TikTok. Oh, I might have to shrink that. I just remember TikTok cuts off backgrounds. Hold on. Hey, everybody. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the heart maze.
Smart people don't like me.
Everyone. It feels like it's been forever. But we are back. Hey, Ace. Thank you, Neely. Hey, again, Sid. Hey, KP. Moxie. All right. So, while we wait for people to come in, let's talk about what's going on. So, a special election happened in Arizona. A Democrat won, and as you all know, Democrats want to release the Epstein files. This would be the last vote needed, the 218th vote. Gilbert, request up. I don't talk to people in chat anymore. Request up. See where it says request up? I will answer all of your questions. I know you like thinking about that, and I'm totally willing to answer those questions. But I don't debate MAGA in chat anymore because I need you guys to come out and show. Yep. JB, you as well. We don't debate MAGA in chat anymore. I'll speak to what you said, though. Dems are the ones supporting pedophilia. Right now, the most prolific pedophile and sex trafficker and their accomplice, right? Right now, there are files that could lead to accountability for all the people that were patronizing this man, and Republicans, not Democrats. I know you mix them up sometimes because your brain mixes up letters because there's no way you read, because if you read, you wouldn't be a Trump supporter. Republicans are blocking it. The report could come out. All the files can come out, and we find out who are the pedophiles. Democrats are like, yes, let's do that. We want to hold pedophiles and, more importantly, child molesters accountable. Republicans are like, no, we don't. And you make a comment like that. I'm just lost. How is that your comment? Baby, how can that be your comment? Democrats are like, hey, can we arrest pedophiles? Republicans are like, no arresting pedophiles. Like, I just don't get it. How can that be what your brain figured out on its own? Like, we are the same human, right? Like, we're the same species. Like, my brain is like, oh, Democrats want justice for victims. Democrats want accountability for perpetrators. Republicans want to hide all of that. My brain heard that and said, okay, so the Republicans seem to be wanting to protect pedophiles. Your brain said, Democrats are the pedophile. Are you like, what, really? That's what your brain chose to do? Democrats didn't release them either. Laura, request up, and I will explain to you the difference between Democrats not releasing things that have an open investigation and Republicans not releasing things when the investigation is closed. Not only that, Republicans closing the investigation and saying, actually, there's no one else to prosecute. Back in February, there was a ton of files, ton of people to prosecute. Now that Elon Musk calls Trump out and says he's in the files, all of a sudden, Kash Patel says, so Elon Musk, Epstein was trafficking children to no one, actually. Are you guys serious? You really just must love child molesting. That must be it. There's no other explanation. There's no way you love Trump to that extent that you would forsake yourselves. You must have already forsaken yourselves. Okay, go to the first guest. Here we go.
How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
Pretty good. With regard to this Epstein stuff, my understanding is a lot of these girls they later recanted their
complete lie. Can you pull up evidence for that?
So do you know who like Michael Tracy is?
Michael Tracy?
Mm-hmm. On like Twitter, he's an independent journalist. He's legit guy. He's on the left.
Okay. What about him?
Well, so I mean, I don't have like the court documents on me, but if he
are you talking about the Katie Johnson case?
Who?
Okay, you don't know about the Katie Johnson case. Got it.
Where she's the 22-year-old?
No, she was the 15-year-old. I don't know how old she is. I don't know how. To be fair, I don't know how old she is now. She was 15 when she was raped.
So, his reporting has shown that a lot of this was a lot of these girls. They're number one. Most of them obviously are above 18, 20, 22, and they were working for this as a masseuse with Epstein and his island and stuff. And afterwards, the Epstein Foundation set up after his death, they set up basically like a consortium of companies where they were basically paying out these victims. The victims could go anonymously, go to these people and basically go get a settlement from them. So that's what most of this stuff is.
Okay, Michael Tracy, Epstein settlement.
Yes, you can go to you can probably type in settlement.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If there are dozens of victims saying that you're wrong about this,
mm-hmm.
Are you going to believe the victims or are you going to believe random guy on Twitter?
In this, well, number one, he's not a random guy on Twitter. He's an independent journalist that's worked for pretty legit news media outlets in the past. But to answer your question, I would actually, in this case, believe if the victims were, I would actually probably believe, I would not probably believe the victims, a lot of the victims in this particular case.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're just a terrible person that likes molesting children. I don't know how else I don't want to character assassinate you, but what else could there be? You just said, I don't believe the victims. I believe this one random journalist. You don't believe any of the files that led to the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell, right? The conviction, not just rumors. She was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, she was convicted of. So number one, I'm not gonna dodge the question. I'm gonna ask you. Do you know why, like the reason why the lawyers and stuff said they didn't want to release the names of the victims and stuff like that?
Which lawyers?
They didn't want to release them.
Which lawyers are you referring to?
What's that?
Which lawyers are you referring to?
So the federal, so the first case with Maxwell and Epstein, the first one where he was convicted and became a like registered offender, the federal prosecution said they didn't want to release names because technically the girls involved, the other masseuses, they could technically under the law be found guilty for trafficking. Like if you know about something that's going on and you're working in that environment and you basically are complicit. So that's
I'm
why
sorry.
they didn't.
No one is trying to release the victims' names. There was a bill last week that would have released the Epstein files while redacting their names. Every single Republican except for Thomas Massie and I think 3 or 4 other, so 4 Republicans voted to release it with Democrats. Every single other Republican said, no, we want to protect the pedophiles. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, when we're talking about
Do you even know about that? Because we were talking about the victims' names and we're way past that. No one's planning on releasing the victims' names. The victims themselves have come forward.
Yeah, I've heard they want to. Well, like, what are we talking about? The files? Are we talking the files already are from that original court case already mostly publicly available?
You're wrong. Wait, what original court case are you referring to? The one back in
2006, right?
Yeah. Well, we're not talking about that court case. He got a sweetheart deal in that court case from somebody who then was hired by the Trump administration. No, we're talking about the current Epstein files after his arrest in 2019 before he passed away. Right? We're talking about that one. That one right now. We can see more information about his accomplices, and we're not able to because of Republicans. Why are you okay with that?
Well, I'm not okay with that. I think that when we're talking about a federal court case, I don't know all the details. I mean, I try to like really get into it. So I don't know. To be honest with you, I think a lot of the girls are basically fabricating story to.
I want everyone to hear this. Everyone to hear this. This is all that's left of MAGA.
I'm not MAGA, by the way.
Okay. Well, you're even worse then, I guess. What are you just you're victim shaming for the love of the game?
I don't think they're. I don't think most of them are victims. I think they're just trying to get a little bit of cash, which I don't really blame them necessarily. But a lot of these stories are totally fabricated. Like when she's saying, "Oh, I saw Bill Clinton. I saw this and this." This has all been disproven.
Thank you, Olivia. How are you able to say that they're totally fabricated? How can you even say that? How do you know?
Because they recanted. The one who was 22, who wasn't even underage, came out and said, "Oh, I saw Bill Clinton. I saw all these people. Oh,
wait.
And she recanted that.
Wait. Okay, who is that? Because I'll look up here. Epstein recant.
Yeah, I don't know her name, but she was.
Just so we're clear. If there's dozens of victims and one recants, all of a sudden they're all liars.
No.
What do you think of women? What is your general opinion of women?
I think that's outside the scope.
Yeah. Okay.
But
You said you didn't vote for Trump. You said you didn't vote for Trump. Why? Who'd you support?
Michael Tracy.
Who'd you support?
We're going off course. I came to talk about the Epstein fella. You should Google Michael Tracy's work. He does.
I googled him. I don't care about one man's word.
Oh, see, you're not intellectually curious.
I'm sorry. I just want to put this out there. If every single
polemics.
If every single media outlet is not reporting on it and every single victim is disagreeing with it, I kind of don't care what a random guy on Twitter says. I really don't. If I was intellectually curious every time a random guy was victim shaming on the internet, then I'd never have enough time to eat or sleep or take showers. So
yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying if you're looking for he's done multiple essays and multiple Substacks on it, and yeah, it's a very good read. And
did you listen to the Katie Johnson testimony?
No.
You're not intellectually curious. Wait, why didn't you listen to the victims? You're judging me for not caring about Michael Tracy and what he said, but you didn't listen to any of the victims?
No, I have listened to the victims, and I don't think you're a victim if you're over 18.
Yeah, Katie Johnson was 15.
Well, I think Katie. If there was underage girls, then it's obviously bad. But I do believe a lot.
There were underage girls that Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted for this. This is known. This is known. This is known. I need you to say there were underage girls involved, because otherwise we're living in a different reality now. You know that, right?
Yeah, I think. I think there definitely was underage girls involved with the masseuse stuff. I don't know if at what point it transgresses into something else, but. So, I think, but like my original point, I think 90% of this stuff is just scheming, essentially scheming for money. But of course, if there's girls who are underage trafficked, then of course that's terrible. That should be.
Just so we're clear,
investigated and
if
stuff
somebody
like
is overage, if somebody's 18, 19, and is trafficked, that's still bad, right?
What the idea of like it being a trafficking operation is, I find that I just find the whole thing to be a bit
Why?
ridiculous.
Why do you find it, based on all the evidence that led to the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell, why do you find that to be so strange?
Well, because I think number one, I think it was I think once there was a media storm, there became an incentive to get payment from this Epstein.
You know, he was arrested before there was a media storm, right?
Yeah, he was arrested. He was arrested in 2006, right?
Yeah, and then also in 2019. 2019 is when he, died. But when he was arrested in 2019, all these victims started to come out. It was not for money. I don't even know. I can't articulate. Chat, I'm so sorry. This is my first day back debating after, I don't know, a week and a half. I can't articulate like how much I hate this person. I can't articulate how bad it is that he just assumes there's like a bunch of women must be lying. The dead sex trafficker is actually cool. I'm lost. What do we do with people like this? Re-education
I never said he
camps?
was cool. Seems he was good. I mean, if we're talking about just him being like a player and stuff, then that seems to be true. But I mean, I don't think he's cool.
Why don't you turn your camera on? I'm sending you an invite to turn your camera on.
Well, this is my face on there. I'm not going to put my camera on because I'm in a sort of a public area. So
Public area? Is that public area like 200 yards from Cooler Playground?
No, it's 200 yards from a Planet Fitness. But you should read Michael Tracy's work.
I'm not
Next
gonna do
time
that.
You won't be. So you will actually.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Well, what do you want me to read? This 15-year-old girl's thing. I'll read her thing. I'll read her testimony.
Her thing?
Is it testimony? Is it in
Yeah,
court
it's the
documents, or
Katie
is it in
Johnson
public?
testimony. Katie Johnson testimony.
public
By the
or
way, the
in-
Katie Johnson
in court?
testimony is not wasn't even involved in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. It's just one that if you were going to call me intellectually uncurious for not knowing who the fuck Michael Tracy is, random guy on Twitter, the fact that you don't know about the very public Katie Johnson testimony kind of shows where your head's at.
Well,
You're looking
I
for
don't
reason
care
to defend the pedophiles.
I take a lot of credence in court testimony.
Are you a fan of
not
Nick
public
Fuentes?
testimony. No,
No.
not really.
Why'd you pause?
Well, because I mean, I don't know. If you're looking for like a controversial thing, I would try to give it to you or something.
No, I mean it's just
Right, we'll just
I
start
already
with
like right out at the get go when you pronounced it Epstein, I thought there was something. I was curious. Turned out like even without the based on what you've said, you already seem like Nick Fuentes or worse. But so it's not kind of irrelevant at this point. But
Is it Epstein or Epstein? I meant to say I didn't mean to intentionally mispronounce it. Epstein or
to my knowledge, it's Epstein. Maybe he pronounces it Epstein, but the if you watch the news or the media or anything, everyone pronounces it Epstein. So
Okay.
for some reason, like pronouncing it Epstein almost seems like a dog whistle. Like, hey guys, I know he was Jewish. So anyway,
no, nothing like that. I know Harvey Weinstein or I don't know. Some people are Stein, some people it's Steen. There's two different.
okay.
know. But no, I mean, like I said, I think that when you have a financial incentive, a publicity incentive, a lot of these girls, who are overage are like now coming out and saying this and this. Of course, I don't agree with that sort of thing. I think if it was in a court document, I would take it very seriously. But
These are in court documents. Are you
Public-
joking?
public testimony is different than something that's in a court document. If it was in a court document, I'd love to read court testimony, but Michael Tracy's already done all the court testimony. He's already done Substacks and gone over it and everything like that. And a lot of this, and there was court testimony that's been recanted. So, and public quote unquote public testimony, whatever that however you want to interpret that has been also proven to be false.
All right. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop you because I think the conversation's over. But I do think this was elucidating for everybody here, because the way you're so like nonchalant about all this, like they do live among us, chat. I want you to understand.
Finish him.
Like this really is like I wouldn't feel safe being near this person. They're attempting to push Maxwell as innocent. Oh, I know. Dan, ask why Michael Tracy won't speak on Maria Tracy. Okay. The first thing I looked up, by the way, on Michael Tracy, it says Michael Tracy questions Virginia Guffrey's credibility, claiming she recanted allegations against Alan Dershowitz. Court docs show Dershowitz settled, paying Guffrey to drop the lawsuit and issue a statement, but the settlement states specifically this is not an admission her claims were mistaken. So, like, Maria Farmer. Oh, okay. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. That wasn't a person that could be convinced of anything. He already said, like, if you're trafficked but you're over 18, that's okay. What are we supposed to do? What do we do with people like that? I can't debate that guy into caring about women. No one approves of this, bro. Stop dividing people. Oh, Sam, you are wrong. You're wrong. And I'll explain to you why you're wrong. When we have under Trump, key initiatives for fighting human trafficking have been cut back at the U.S. Department of State, Department of Justice, Department of Labor, Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Homeland Security. The Guardian found senior officials and other staffers have been forced out, workers shifted to other priorities, and grants delayed or canceled. At DHS, Trump has ordered agents formerly dedicated to investigating and arresting human traffickers to focus on deporting immigrants. Current and former DHS staffers interviewed by The Guardian confirmed that these investigators' day-to-day work has been broadly shifted towards deportation, away from investigating major crimes with real victims. At the State Department, the Trump administration slashed more than 70% of the workforce at the agency's Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons, which is responsible for leading anti-trafficking efforts across the United States government. The department has also held up grants for nonprofit organizations fighting trafficking around the world, putting their operations and services at risk. In addition, the administration has also delayed release of an annual report that documents human trafficking across the U.S. and more than 185 other countries. Federal law requires that the report, which charts global trends in human trafficking and provides a country-by-country assessment of efforts to combat it, be provided to Congress no later than the 30th of June. Multiple sources told The Guardian that the report has been completed but has not been provided to Congress. Why? Why are we? Why? When Democrats push to release the Epstein files, and all but 4 Republicans vote against it, what that means you're complicit, right? If you were a Trump supporter, right, and Trump said, if you care about the Epstein file, if you care about the Epstein files and you care about what's going on with that, I don't want your support. What do you think that means? If you are still a Trump supporter, that means you don't care. You don't care about the victims, so you approve. You're okay. Trump is actively not fighting human trafficking, and you support that. You are okay with that. Just because you're not participating doesn't mean you're not approving implicitly. If me saying that is making you feel weird, it should. You should feel weird. You should feel weird for supporting somebody who does not want justice for victims. You should be weird for supporting somebody that is withholding this report that he legally is supposed to be releasing. You should be weird for supporting somebody that's saying, hey, you guys that are like preventing human trafficking, can you just try to racially profile people at Home Depot instead? That should be weird. Why are they holding back swearing in the Democratic senator, the House member? They're holding back that swearing in because that would be the 218th vote to release the Epstein files. This is so clear. It's so clear for anyone that doesn't molest children / isn't okay with other people molesting children. It's so clear. Republicans are like, we do not want to release the Epstein files, even if you redact the names. Democrats are like, we don't care who is implicated. We want justice for the victims. And then MAGA supporters are like, this is okay with us. Like, how do you exist? and not like vomit every time you think about yourself, every time you look at yourself in the mirror? How are you not disgusted by your soul? Okay, go to the next cast.
Yo,
Hi, welcome up.
hello.
Are you 18?
Yes,
Year of birth?
204.
That whole time. That whole time when he was a zygote. MTG is saying they threatened her life. I believe it. I believe it. I just don't know. I don't know where else to go, y'all. I really don't. This is this isn't even something. The situation with Epstein isn't even the most pressing situation, right? Like we have so many things happening right now at the same time. But to me, it is like the most clear. It's so clear to just anybody, right? It should be the easiest for anyone with a soul that the Republicans, except for the four that stood up, mostly Massey, but the four that stood up, the Republicans are on the wrong side of this. And I don't get it. It's the most morally clear cut. Yeah. Like I could see an argument for, oh well, it wasn't a violation of the First Amendment. Jimmy Kimmel was fired for low ratings, blah blah blah. And we have to go back and forth about how the FCC pressured the ABC to fire him, blah blah blah. And it's a back and forth. It's the whole thing. This one's so easy. It's what Republicans do not want justice for the victims. The victims were children. How are you okay with this? And I hold the mic to them, and they're just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You all have noticed I haven't been live debating a lot lately. Okay, thank you, Zoe. And it's really stuff like this that weighs me down so much. Like, what do we do with people like that last guest? That person's not being debated into being a better person. Hell, being just a person. Like baseline as a person, we should care about children being molested, right? Baseline. They don't want justice. They want guilty Democrats. Yes, that's true. They don't. They don't. Democrats are like, we don't care if Bill Clinton gets implicated. We don't care if Bill Gates gets implicated. Fuck all the bills. Fuck all the. It doesn't matter. Release them and get justice for the victims. Republicans are like, no, Trump might be on there. It's a sport to them. Yeah, false. Wait, if anyone, but MAGA, please, I'm begging you. If you disagree with anything I'm saying, do not type. I can't read. I'm like you guys. I can't read. All right, I have to hear from your voice. Request up and tell me why I'm wrong about anything I'm saying. Also, I just love an answer to this question: why has the administration not released the human trafficking report that not only are they legally required to release by June 30th? But even if it wasn't legally required, why would they not release this? Like, I know you guys need things to be legally required to be a good person. You never put your shopping carts back because it's not the law and someone else will pick it up. I get it, MAGA. I get it. But this also is legally required. But I know the law doesn't matter to you either because you voted for a felon. Nothing matters to you guys. It really is something. It's your own pocketbook doesn't even matter to you guys. Because I know you guys said it was all about inflation. It was all about the price of eggs, whatever. But that's not true either. Because when grocery prices didn't go down, you guys still are supporting him. You're still throating him. It's so quick. You really just like hurting people that you don't like. That's what it is. That's all it can be. Because I know the people in my comments aren't the ones benefiting from the big beautiful bill. They're not the top 1%. So is that wrong? It is wrong. It is wrong for your goal to be harm those that you don't like. That is wrong, yes. When you have two candidates, one is like, I'm going to help you, and the other one is like, I'm going to hurt people that you don't like, you shouldn't be picking the one that wants to hurt. Why is it wrong, though? Request up. Request up. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, they're saying it out loud, chat. The fascists are out, just like that guy on Jubilee. This is what power is for. Yes, thank you. I'm so glad Trump is making America great again, because the fascists and the Nazis and the scum, they're so open, they're so brazen with it. They just come out. And now, people like me who have been screaming this from the rooftops, and we've been told, oh, you're overreacting. How can we be overreacting? They're just out. They're out. There's literally people openly saying, I want the Constitution to be changed for me, but also hurt other people. They're open. I don't know if y'all saw that Caleb guy or whatever on Jubilee. This user person is talking just like them. He said, why would you not want to hurt those that you don't like? That's what power is for. You cannot be a true Christian and support Trump. Jesus would hate all of you. Just so we're clear, the Christians who support Trump, they're on the Christian sports ball team, right? They have the jersey, Christian, John 360 or whatever, right? They have the jersey, but they're not followers of Jesus Christ. Followers of Jesus Christ would be Bernie Sanders supporters. You know, healing the sick and feeding the hungry and welcoming the stranger. Followers of Jesus Christ would be Bernie Sanders supporters. If you're a Christian but you support Trump, you're just on Team Christian, right? Your name is great. You're like what's that guy's name? I forgot the guy's name. Your name is Christian. That's it. You're not a Christian like of Jesus. Like the Christ is from Christ, right? Oh my God. Christian Slater. I was trying to think of the famous Christian. Okay. All right, we'll go to our next guest. Christians in name only. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm sure Jesus would support. Oh wait, I have an echo. Let me
Hello, is it better now?
The echo might be when I'm unmuted, so I will mute while you're talking.
It's a complete. Let me turn off my TV too for background. It's a complete lie that Jesus would support the DNC. Yeah, I'm sure Jesus would.
I literally said Bernie Sanders. I don't know why you said DNC. I said Bernie Sanders, right? You heard that.
Is Bernie Sanders part of the Democratic Party? Yes, he is. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So, would Jesus support universal health care?
No, Jesus wouldn't support lazy people. Jesus
Okay,
also.
all right. Just you need to move on from this topic because you've obviously never read the Bible. I don't know what to tell you here.
Yeah. I'm sure Jesus would support transgenderism and then the call for prayer, in Minnesota by Muslims. Yeah, I'm sure Jesus would support that for sure. And also, you guys don't even believe in. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in? Are you a Christian?
What would that matter? Just so we're clear.
Because if you don't even believe that, what's the whole point of Christianity? That he's the Son of God. So if you don't even believe that he's the Son of God, you're committing blasphemy. That's literally the worst thing in the Bible. Why would he join your side? You sound ridiculous. You sound stupid.
So just so we're clear, a majority of the Democratic Party are Christians. But that doesn't matter because you don't have to be a Christian for me to point out that you guys aren't supporting the teachings of Christ. Like Christ is literally coming out. He's giving you the playbook. He's heal the sick, feed the needy, welcome the stranger, right? It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. And then you guys say, no, actually, fuck the poor people, fuck immigrants, and only help rich people. Like you're the opposite, and it's so clear. So it doesn't matter if I'm a Muslim or if I'm Jewish or if I'm atheist or if I'm agnostic or whatever. I can still point out that hypocrisy.
Jesus doesn't support stealing, so he wouldn't support these illegal immigrants taking services from Americans. I mean, I live in New York City.
I need you to just read the Bible. Just go read the Bible. Just skip to the parts about Jesus. Okay, I want you to skip to the parts about Jesus.
You don't even believe in Jesus. I don't give a fuck what you say.
No, don't listen to me. Smoothie. I'm not telling you to read Dan Malik's Bible. I'm telling you to read the Bible. Okay. And Jesus will tell you.
Can you hear me?
You can interpret it in different ways. I interpret it one way. You guys can interpret it another way.
How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? So I don't know if you see my message. That's why you put me up. But essentially, I study religions, especially Christianity, biblically and biblical history. What he's saying is wrong in many ways. First of all, Jesus Christ In his life, essentially, although the people that he was with were bad, right? He was with them to change their ways. So him saying that he wouldn't be in support of the Democratic Party, that's a false statement. He would be in a lot of, he would be in support of a lot of things that the Democratic Party supports. Not all of it, obviously, but a lot of it, yes.
Would
Feeding the
Jesus
poor.
support transgenderism?
Hold on. Feeding the poor, treating everyone as equal. He will treat them like equal. He will tell us to treat them like humans. Yes. He wouldn't tell us to treat them like they're animals of some sort. He will tell us to treat them like humans. Any
Yeah, we're
biblical
not treating these illegal immigrants by
any biblical contemporary would tell you that Jesus Christ, morally in the Bible, his moral standard was not anti people, and especially whatever you identify as or whatever. He was never going to hate a person, or he was never going to call for the active hatred of people. He was going to call for you to change. Yes, he was going to ask for your hand in the act of sanctification, but he was never going to hate you as a person because you choose to sin. He never hated anyone because he chooses to sin.
I'm not saying he would hate these people, but he wouldn't support them. He wouldn't
But
support illegal
no, here's the
immigrants.
thing.
He wouldn't support stealing.
Here's the
He
thing.
wouldn't support transgenderism.
Hold
He
on,
would
hold on,
pray
hold
for
on.
them and he
Pause,
hoped that they
pause,
could see the
pause.
light, but he wouldn't.
Pause. You guys don't actively just say, "Oh, we don't agree with their lifestyle." No, you guys actively, at least from what I've seen of Republicans, you guys actively hate these people, and you guys actively make their lives harder, which is, and you guys treat them. Hold on, and you guys treat them subhuman, which is not Christian. It just isn't.
What they're doing is devilish.
Okay, really quick. I need to say something really quick. So Jesus, to Hitman, you can correct me on this, has never said anything about trans people.
No, never.
However, he has said things about rich people, right? So you have his words about rich people. You don't have his words about trans people. You're just assuming, you're jumping to conclusions. You're like, okay, he said that the rich people should give money to poor people. I'm going to vote for the party that literally does the opposite because I hate trans people. But do you hear yourself?
Wait, I'll join later. He said he's against gay people in the Bible.
All right, Dan. I gotta go
man
real
and
quick.
woman.
But
I gotta go.
I'll probably join up later on. God bless you.
You too. Thank you.
All right, Dan. Bye.
Bye. Okay, that's two guests in a row. Obviously not counting Hitman, but that's two guests in a row. That I think we should check their hard drives. These, first of all, I think both of them were giving young white Nick Fuentes supporters, right? Both of them. I guess they're winning in the fight now, right? They're coming on debating liberals. They're killing conservatives. Is that what's happening? Nick Fuentes is winning. What's going on? Why did he run? Because he's getting
Hi
cooked.
there.
Hi.
So I'm actually a supporter. I just want to say something really quick. First of all, I love your channel and I love how blunt you are with people. I am a Christian. I grew up Christian. And one major thing in the Bible, it says sin is all created equal. And so for them to point the finger and say that someone who's transgender, and in fact, Jesus wore a dress. That's one big thing that am I right? So anyways, there are so many pieces of the Bible. Jesus, in fact, would probably hang around transgender people. He would probably hang around the poor. He would probably hang around people who are suffering, downtrodden, and all those things. Because if you look at like the parallel between now and the time of Jesus, Trump would probably have Jesus crucified. He's like the Romans. That's how I look at it. But anyways, I thought I would just say that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I really like your channel. But I do feel like I feel like they need to go read a real Bible because and it's misconstrued so many times. And they're just hearing what these radical pastors are saying, who are probably getting paid by the conservative party.
That's a damn lie.
So
Thank you, Damone. Yeah, didn't they just recently make it so that churches can talk about politics?
Yes.
Church.
But there's also something where they can get contributions too. Something about the contributions. I can't remember the.
Right, the Johnson Amendment. Okay. As of July 2025, the law governing church politics, known as the Johnson Amendment, has been altered by a court filing from the IRS. Filings change the longstanding interpretation of the law, allowing churches to endorse political candidates from the pulpit during religious services without jeopardizing their tax-exempt status. Just so we're clear. So we have organizations that are not paying taxes that can endorse political candidates.
Right. Yep. And so real pastors are going to tell you that you cannot point the finger and judge anyone or say what Jesus would love or what God would judge or yes or no. Basically, they need to mind their own business. And also, but one of the main things in there is love your neighbor. Don't kill or be hateful. I mean, there's so many different scriptures, and they take so many scriptures and twist them and construe them. And I have a little bit more of, I say I'm a Christian, but I guess I do have a little bit of agnostic beliefs. But I feel that God made everybody different with all of our own free will, and he may have made similar religions so that our minds could connect with what is closest to us. Like, is he going to send a kid to hell that grew up in a Muslim country that never has been around Christianity? No, that's bullshit. That's crazy to think that way. And all it is oligarchs. They're trying to take over. And I did want to ask you a question. Sorry, this is actually why I originally came up, but that last guy really pissed me off because he's never read a Bible. Are you worried about, I've been asking all my favorite TikTok live people, are you worried about, I saw you reading facts too. Are you worried about the redistricting or the extra votes that they've stolen in Texas?
Yes. I'm
very concerned about that because I thought we could win the midterms back.
Yeah, so here's the situation. Okay.
You can drop me if you want or talk to me.
Yeah, I guess if that's the question, I'll do that so I don't have to commute. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah.
So here's the situation. Even if we assume that no additional shenanigans from the Trump administration or from any of his loyalists happen, right? Nothing illegal. Just the push from the president for states to redistrict in the middle of a census. Specifically partisan redistricting. Just that push alone is it is scary on the House front for sure, and I'll tell you several reasons why. Reason number one, partisan redistricting is already bad because it disenfranchises voters. Like with the Texas redistricting, we saw that I think one white vote is worth as many as two black votes and as many as 3 Hispanic votes, something like that. With this new redistricting map, because the way they carve it out, they basically put all the minority voters into like districts so that they can't get multiple pieces of representation. But anyway, Republicans are just so much more ruthless and shameless. So we see the Texas governor saying, "Yes, sir, Mr. President," right, and doing it. We see Missouri, "Yes, sir," and more states. Meanwhile, while Gavin Newsom is pushing to do it, unlike Republicans, he's putting it to a vote first, making sure that the citizens of California agree with this decision. And it seems like he's one of the only ones pushing to do that. The reality is, the moment that Mitch McConnell blocked Obama's Supreme Court nominee for 13 months. The moment that happened, Democrats should have started playing by their rules, period. And for whatever reason, I don't know if it's civility politics, or I don't know if it's naivete, or I don't know if it's just privilege. For some reason, a big portion of the Democratic Party would disapprove. They'd write mean letters or whatever. No. We need to play by their rules until they're okay with banning that action. So, for example, 2021, For the People Act, H.R. 1, would have banned partisan gerrymandering, right? It was proposed by Democrats. Republicans didn't even allow it to hit the floor of the Senate. Okay, so Republicans said, no, we're not banning partisan gerrymandering. The moment that happened, 2021, it should not have waited until now. 2021, it should have been, oh, you guys don't want to ban partisan gerrymandering? Say less. We're gonna gerrymander the fuck out of every state, and if you want to get rid of it, sign that bill. That's what it should have been. We waited, like Gavin Newsom is finally doing something awesome. It might be too little, too late. Like we really should not have allowed it to get this far. The idea of the president going to a governor of the same party and saying, hey, my polling numbers are bad. I don't want to lose the midterms. I need you to redistrict heavily, benefiting our party, even though it's in the middle of a census term. And then the governor saying yes. That alone is already like worse than Watergate if it was presented to us 10 years ago. But because we've slowly been creeping into this new normal, this shift of the Overton window, this acceptance of corruption, like we're only now pushing back. No, it should have been back then. Hey, the Constitution allows President Obama to nominate a Supreme Court justice during his term. It's the Senate's role to hold hearings. Mitch McConnell saying no because of partisan tactics, because he wants to win an election. And frankly, Donald Trump might have not beat Hillary Clinton if not for the evangelicals flocking to the polls to fill that seat. In fact, polling showed that most evangelicals didn't like Trump until after he won his first election. The main reason that they went to the polls was the overturn of Roe v. Wade. And because there was an open seat, they flocked to the polls very heavily. Now, afterwards, because they showed their ass and they showed that they're bad people and continue to support Trump. But regardless, that open seat is potentially what started all of this. And another thing I want to point out is that Trump isn't the problem. He is just a very, very big symptom of the problem. If and when Trump leaves office or passes away, God forbid, if and when that happens, we cannot go back to normal, because you know what normal is? Normal is Republicans making sure constantly push back against anything that would benefit other Americans. Republicans constantly rolling back human rights any chance they get. Republicans constantly running up the budget just to benefit rich people, and then blaming it on the Democrats. But what Donald Trump is doing is obviously way, way worse than what Mitch McConnell did. But what Mitch McConnell did should also have not been accepted at that time. So we don't just need an end of Trumpism. We need an end of Reaganism. Everything the Republican Party has done since Reagan has been at best neutral, but mostly has set our country back in every conceivable way. In human rights violations, in quality of life, in the income inequality, wage growth, in respects to CEO pay, in respects to housing prices, all of it stems from the Conservative Party from Reagan onward. And don't get me wrong, the corruption started even before that. Well, we have Nixon, etc. But at the time, there was a big pushback against corruption. Watergate did not make Nixon more popular. Now we live in the upside down, where every time Trump is indicted, he gets more popular. It's like, oh, Donald Trump raped another woman, goes up in the polls, right? But at the time, that corruption was pushed back against. That's why the next election was a Democratic win. That's why the Democrats were winning in the midterms, and that's why they needed to figure out what Paul Weyrich and Jerry Falwell figured out, which is that they need a new boogeyman. Okay. Sorry, Zoe, I don't know when you sent this. You sent this like 30 minutes ago, so I really hope you're still here. Thank you so much, Zoe, for the $20. I'm glad to see you back. I've missed seeing you. Keep fighting the good fight, Dan. We need your integrity, knowledge, tenacity, and kindness. Thank you so much, Zoe. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. How are we doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm an Irish person. I was just wondering, I've heard what you were saying there about Republicans and Democrats. So I just was like, is there such a big divide between Republicans and Democrats that you say that Republicans are more corrupt than the Democrats?
Yeah, like a massive divide. Yes, absolutely huge.
So how big is the divide in your estimation?
I mean, they're divided on pretty much every topic.
Okay.
But even the topic that they were mostly aligned with, which is Israel, they're starting to be divided on, as we saw 27 Democratic senators vote against supporting Israel. So even that last topic, the one thing that they were in alignment on, now they're starting to disagree on. So like they're literally disagree on everything. Democrats want common sense gun regulations that would save their children. Republicans want more dead kids. Democrats are pro-science. Republicans are anti-science. Democrats are pro-balancing the budget. Republicans are against it. Like, it's just in every respect. There's a massive gulf on every topic.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Whitney.
But like, does that like determine like what's going on right now? Because it seems to me like that they're all flowing down the same kind of way in terms of the results that they're achieving.
Can you give me an example?
Well, it's like
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, well, is it pro-Israel? Is it like, are they both pro-Israel?
I think I already explained that. It was the one topic that they were aligned on, the one policy position, which, by the way, is one of like so many. It's interesting that we just gloss over all the other ones. And even that one,
destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, and even that one, we're seeing now a gulf between them. As we saw just recently, 27 Democratic senators voted against supporting Israel. So if your take is if your take is both parties support Israel, so they're the same, then I don't know where else to go with that. Like, you just want to ignore every single other policy, I guess.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say my take is that much, but like, I'm just saying that it kind of seems to end up in the same kind of place.
Waiting patiently for an example here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Miles. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have one because there isn't one. The reality is there's just a massive difference every time so let's just look at the president, the most recent presidents, right? Donald Trump has had one full term and he's had now 200 days of this term. In that time, he's passed two major pieces of legislation, both of which tax cuts for the rich. Joe Biden had one completed term, passed infrastructure legislation. Multiple pieces, not just the infrastructure bill, but we had the American Rescue Plan, which contributed a little bit to it.
It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes.
Thank you, Abby. We had the CHIPS and Science Act. We also saw the PACT Act, which was a piece of legislation for veterans. There were multiple pieces of legislation, most of which, Inflation Reduction Act, yes, most of which benefited the country at large and the middle class and working class. And that's in his one term. Trump had 1.2 terms and only did that. Let's look at Obama. Okay, Obama was able to pass pseudo universal health care. Not as good as it could have been. We tried. We had 59 votes for a public option. We needed 60. We had 59 votes for a public option. But the Affordable Care Act is still a step in the right direction. 40 million Americans that didn't have health care had health care because of it. We have Americans with pre-existing conditions can now not be denied coverage. Okay? Huge piece of legislation. George W. Bush's term, again, tax cuts for the rich. And obviously a lot of it had to do with the war on terror. So, like, where do we go? Right. We go to Bill Clinton's term. Amazing economy, first budget surplus in decades, and we've never seen one since. The difference is clear.
Yeah, okay. I you see, from an Irish point of view, I'm just trying to understand it from an American point of view. So thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, no problem. I really quick, this applies to some Americans too that maybe don't follow politics as closely. If you don't pay attention, I understand how it can seem like there isn't this huge difference, or that like the truth has to be somewhere in the middle. But when you really start to look into it, it's like, oh, like it really is the difference between the comparison I always say for like at least the last election, Harris versus Trump. It's like you're going out to lunch, right? And the Harris option is like a turkey sandwich, but it has lettuce, and the lettuce is kind of wilted. And the Donald Trump option is a bucket of diarrhea with razor blades in it. And like almost half the country picked the bucket of diarrhea. It's crazy. Yeah. But once you actually look into it, yeah, that is the gulf between the two choices. It really is. The Democratic Party could be improved, right? It could have fresh lettuce. But the alternative is awful. I mean, we're literally seeing we're seeing a degradation of democracy in real time. We're seeing a party that doesn't care about corruption. So, anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for explaining that.
All right, go to the next guest. Real quick. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Now, TikTok has apparently been somewhat sold, and there will be a shift in the algorithm. There's a chance that TikTok, as we know it, will no longer exist in this way. So I recommend, if you want to make sure that you're following on other platforms, links are in my bio, the YouTube and Twitch. Links are in my bio. But more importantly, the first two links in my bio. Link number 1 is the source document that has all of our sources that we use for these lives. All the primary sources, the news articles, the studies, everything we talk about on these lives. Unlike MAGA Lives, unlike Fox News, it's not vibes and feelings. Everything we talk about is stuff that is backed up by sources. That's link number 1. Link number 2 is vote.org. I know it's early, but please make sure you are registered to vote. Make sure you are still registered to vote. And make sure that if you plan on voting in the primaries, check your state's eligibility for whether or not you need to register in your party or not, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, can you inform me on the situation of Hunter's laptop? Yes, I know Republicans are obsessed with this because Hunter's laptop had leaks of his nudes, and apparently he was packing. On to the next guest.
This is a really awkward time to come up. So my important question, right? Because I think it's important to have like actual intelligent conversations and not constantly be trying to convince brain dead people, you know? So what are your 3 policies to unfuck America?
Like top 3? Like if I were president, what are the first 3 I would try to do? Something like that?
You don't have to be president. I'm not going to put that on you. But top 3 policies you think would unfuck America?
Well, I don't know how I feel about that terminology, but so I think we need to get big money out of politics. Basically, we need to pass legislation that would undo Citizens United.
Citizens United.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's huge. And I mean, I don't want to go too in depth, but there'd be a lot of other things that would more accurately or more that would have our elections run more fairly. But anyway, that's number 1.
Start taxing the rich.
Number 2 would be universal health care. I think it's actually insane that we, in 2025, the United States, which spends the most on healthcare in the entire world, doesn't have universal healthcare. I also think it's insane that healthcare was a huge policy, a huge priority for Americans in the 2016 election, but because of everything that's happened in the past 10 years, we don't even really talk about it as much, especially in the last election. Like Donald Trump literally said he had concepts of a plan and also tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act with no replacement. Like that alone, he was like, hey, Americans, I want to throw 40 million of you off of healthcare and then do nothing else. And also your prices are going to go up. And if you have pre-existing conditions, you're also getting thrown off. And we just don't even talk about it. Like, I think that's insane. But yeah, universal healthcare would be my number 2. Number 3, I'd have to think about. I don't know.
So
yeah.
I agree with you on Citizen United. I believe to really like fix our system, right? Don't get me wrong, we need universal healthcare for sure. But taxing the rich is needed to be able to pay for universal healthcare. So we need that. That's number 2. Like fix our tax system and be able to like, you know, make people pay their effective tax rate. So it's their masses, you know, like riches.
So I don't disagree with you. I guess it's so that to me is more of like how we're gonna do these things, right? Like how we get to universal health care is by taxing rich people. Like if you wanted to ask me what like is the easiest, what are our easiest things that we should start doing, that I do think is number 1 on the list. It should be these. It should be super easy to get 99% of the population to agree to tax the top 1% more. The fact that it's not is insane to me. But yeah, that is the easiest. Like there's so much we can do if we just tax the wealthy. But.
Like if we were to just take the cap off of Social Security, it would be paid off.
That alone is huge. For those that don't know, there's a cap of 127,000.
1,600.
How much is it?
I think it's 1,600.
Well, no. Your income though. When you make, I think it's 127,000. It might go up with inflation, but basically somewhere between 100 and 200,000. 170,000, 165. Okay.
165.
When you make 165,000, let's just
Yeah.
let's say 165,000 a year. Anything you make over that, you're not paying any more into Social Security. Now, you might be wondering why. That's a great question. That's a great question. The reality is, people that make over that much should be paying more into Social Security. Yes, they won't see as much benefit, but they're also wealthier than everyone else. Like, I just don't understand.
They're benefiting right now.
Make it
you
make
know?
sense. Yeah, literally. Yeah, for 2025, the cap on earnings subject to Social Security tax is $176,100. Once an individual's wages reach this limit, they no longer pay Social Security tax for the remainder of the year. I need someone that is a Republican or a Trump supporter or whatever. I just need anyone. Take the boot out of your mouth for a second and explain this to me. I just need an explanation. This should be the easiest thing to get rid of. By the way, this is a big thing Bernie Sanders campaigned on. Whenever they ask, how are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for universal health care? They never ask Republicans, by the way, how are you going to pay for tax cuts for the rich? They never do it. Republicans come out and say, hey, we're going to blow a massive hole in the budget to help the rich people. No one ever asked them. The media never asked them, how are you going to pay for it? But when Bernie Sanders is like, hey, we should have health care for all our citizens, how are you going to pay for it? He would say, well, first, we would remove the cap on Social Security. So, anyway. All right.
All right, so I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I want to say my number 3.
Okay.
Either ranked choice voting or fixing our vote system or election system just to be able to vote for who we think is the best and not who we think has to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think ranked choice voting is probably the best option for that.
It's very complicated. Imagine doing that on a national level.
I mean, it's only complicated because,
That'd be a lot.
unfortunately, our electorate is not the best at thinking. But yeah. So, all right. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
More rules about running for president. So I will say, okay, there are a lot of things that seem like no-brainers. There are a lot of things that seem like no-brainers that I feel so weird in acting. So I'm going to go to the next guest. Give me like 2 minutes to just get this out. There was a lot of talk in the 2020 election, particularly for obvious reasons, that liberal liking One Piece. Yeah, of course. Why would are conservatives so media illiterate that they think that One Piece is a piece of conservative fiction? Anyway, in the 2020 election, there was so many people talking about how we need age limits on who can run for president. And my big thing is, like, we shouldn't need age limits. We voted for these people.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Sugo.
You talk about extreme.
Like, we shouldn't need age limit. Like Biden won that primary. Trump won his primary back in 2016. I mean, yeah, obviously the incumbency in 2020 was different, but who is we? We is the people that voted. But Biden won a 2020 primary against a lot of people. He was selected. Trump won the 2016 primary against a lot of people. He was selected. We picked those old fogies. So like, while it seems easy, like, yeah, we just do an age limit because, like, it makes sense, right? We shouldn't have 80-year-olds running our country. I'd like to think that our electorate would be able to monitor that on their own. Like, it's almost like it's kind of like the shopping cart thing, right? Do we need a law to put the shopping cart back? I would hope that most people would just put the shopping cart back, right? So, like, do we need a law to say don't vote for 80-year-olds? E-Man demand. Bernie shot DNC shot Bernie twice. Bernie lost fair and square in 2020. I voted for Bernie both times. I hate to break it to you. He lost fair and square. He did not do enough to appeal to non-white voters in the Democratic primary, and he lost, unfortunately. Can't always blame it on the DNC. Contributing to division is disgusting. Voting for people that protect pedophiles is disgusting. Hi, welcome up. Richie?
Hi. Yep, that is my name. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. How are you?
I'm okay. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So like, why are you cool with child sex trafficking?
What? What? What did you just say I'm okay with?
How old are you?
19. August 25th, 2006.
Okay. Yeah, so I can walk you through it if you like. So do we agree that Jeffrey Epstein was a child sex trafficker?
Yes.
Okay. Do we agree that he was trafficking those children to people?
I personally agree with that, but that's not what the government says.
Okay, you personally agree with that.
That's
Great.
not what the government says, though.
Well, right. Trump's government, the government that you voted for. Or supported, at the very least. I don't know if you voted, but...
I did vote. I did vote.
Okay. So, the government, Trump, Kash Patel, come out and say, do not worry about the Epstein files. In fact, I don't want your support if you're worried about the Epstein files. Kash Patel says there's no one else to prosecute, which is very different than the tune he was saying back in February. And you still support Trump. It kind of sounds like you don't care about like other people that were molesting children.
I mean, so just because this one singular thing...
Nope, I have more. Do you want more? I got you.
No, that you're not listening to my whole point.
Oh, go ahead.
Just because of this one thing, if I still support Trump, that means that I support child sex trafficking.
No, there's more. So, we have Trump cutting initiatives to combat human trafficking. This is across all departments: Department of State, Department of Justice, Department of Labor, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Homeland Security. Not to mention the fact that the reason that he's doing this, aside from just cutting them, is shifting their duties to deporting immigrants. More than 70% of the workforce that the agency office to monitor and combat trafficking, which is responsible for leading anti-trafficking efforts across the government, has been shifted to immigration. Now, this is the big one that I cannot hear. I'd like to hear you explain it. The administration has delayed the release of an annual report that documents human trafficking across the U.S. and more than 185 other countries. Federal law requires that the report, which charts global trends in human trafficking and provides country-by-country assessment of efforts to combat it, to be provided to Congress by no later than June 30th. Okay, that was 3 months ago. Multiple sources told The Guardian...
Does Trump have in the race of stuff of like hiding that?
What?
What horse does Trump have in the race of hiding that document? Or whatnot, not giving it to them?
I don't know. What horse does he have defending Ghislaine Maxwell? What horse does he have hiding the Epstein files? Could it just be that he's either a child molester or protects child molesters?
I think there could be a lot of other things. I think it's a very bipartisan thing to not release the Epstein files because
it is not. Nope. I am so sorry. We don't play that here. Every single Democrat voted to release it. Only 4 Republicans voted not to release it. It is not bipartisan. It is specifically Republicans coming out and saying, we do not want to release it. Okay? You need to own that. You do not come up here and say it's bipartisan. Democrats do not care if Bill Clinton is on the list. We want him to face justice like anyone else. You want me to show you that too? I can show you the source on that. This is 4 times that Republicans have voted against releasing the files. 4 times.
I thought that it just passed.
When?
Like yesterday or the day before, didn't it literally just passed to release 34,000 files?
34,000 files.
Yes. 34,000 documents within the files.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure it was a Republican congresswoman who flipped.
So first of all, this isn't. This is what was released by the House Oversight Committee, which has the stuff about. These are the files that showed Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and whatever. Also, Republican congresswoman that flipped. Do you know why she needed to flip? Do you know why she needed to flip? Do you know why she needed to flip? Because every single other Republican is protecting the pedophiles, and every single Democrat wants them released. But anyway, the entirety of the files are still being blocked of release. In fact, it's being blocked to the point where now we might have our 218th vote because Democrats just won a special election, and Mike Johnson is delaying seating that new member. How else? How can you deny it? Like it's just. Why would those Democrats do that? Why would the Republicans do that?
Why would those Democrats do that? That was quite the Freudian slip.
Got me there. Every Democrat says, hey, release the files so that we can prosecute the child molesters. Republicans are like, hey, let's protect child molesters. And this guy is like, Dan Malik, Freudian slipped. It must be the Democrats. Like, are you being serious? This is the easiest. This is the easiest no-brainer. This is like open book test. Someone comes up to you. I have information about child molesters, but I want to protect your child molesters. And you are like, I support this person. Like, where's your brain at? You're 19 years. Get some prefrontal cortex moving. What's going on here? What's wrong?
I mean, honestly, did it get released under the Biden-Harris administration? Why didn't it get released the last 4 years?
I'm going to answer this question for you, and I need you to process it. And
I will process it because I actually am genuinely curious why they didn't. If there's a genuine
there was an open investigation. Thank you, Miles. There was an open investigation that led to, by the way, the prosecution and conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell. There's an open investigation. So the documents are not able to be released in an open investigation. The investigation was then passed to Donald Trump's FBI, Donald Trump's DOJ. And from January to February, it sounded like they were investigating it thoroughly, right? The Bondi came out, said there was thousands of videos and there's hundreds of victims. Kash Patel said there was they were going to be releasing a bunch of stuff. Then Elon Musk says that Trump's in the files. The FBI redacts Trump's name from the files. Pam Bondi and the Justice Department come out and say, actually, Epstein did kill himself and there's no one else to prosecute. Case closed. Also, we're not releasing any of the files. Please don't look at it. Donald Trump literally says, if you care about Epstein, I don't want your support. He couldn't act more guilty. Like he may as well have said, it's like from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the song, we don't diddle kids. It's no fun diddling kids. Like he could not have sounded more guilty. He said, why are we still talking about Epstein? If you care about Epstein, then I don't want your support. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? So that's the difference, right? The Biden-Harris administration prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell, and the investigation was still open. If they wanted to spend a few more years investigating it, okay. No, they closed it and said, and we're not going to have any transparency. Most transparent administration in history, by the way.
I think on anything other than the Epstein files, they've been pretty transparent.
I'm not even going to reply to that statement because we're not going to pivot here. So now that you've heard everything that I've had to say, right? All but 4 Republicans voted to protect the pedophiles. Donald Trump says, if you care about arresting child molesters, I don't want your support. Donald Trump also delays the release of this human trafficking report, which is legally required by June 30th. Also, it shouldn't matter if it's legally required. It's just a good thing, right? It should be to protect children. Donald Trump takes people that are tasked with combating human trafficking and moves them into either being fired or focusing on immigration, right? All of these pieces of information. If you care about stopping human sex trafficking or child sex trafficking, then you wouldn't be a Trump supporter. Now, with all this information, you've received all this information, right?
Yeah, I've received this information.
Okay.
And are you expecting me to say, Mr. Dan Malik, you're right. I officially am no longer a Republican. I'm going to change all of my values as a person and become a Democrat.
I'm expecting you to say,
like, I denounce that they are protecting the people in Epstein files, yeah. But I don't denounce other actions that Trump has made as president.
Okay, just so we're clear. So you're okay with the child molestation. There's other stuff that's more
I
important
just
to you.
said I'm not okay with
No,
it.
no, but there's
I
other
said-
stuff that's more important to you. You're fine with a little bit of child molesting.
No, what I'm saying is, do you expect me to change all of my human values just because of this one singular scandal? So now I'm a Democrat all of a sudden.
You calling it a scandal is already like part of the
I
problem.
mean, what is it?
Do you okay, here's my question.
This is a massive political scandal. It's like it's the current Watergate. Like when this comes out and Trump is in it, it is Watergate.
Would you still
I
support him?
know.
You talk about extreme.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't support. I wouldn't vote for him in that case if I. could
Wait,
go
wait,
back
okay,
in
so
time,
just so we're
I
clear,
wouldn't vote.
just so we're clear, him protecting child molesters, you're still on Trump train. It's only if he
Did I
particularly
not
is a
to say
Trump.
that I wouldn't? If he is in the files, right? If then I would go back in time. If I could go back in time, I would just not vote. I would just abstain from voting in this election.
Oh, wait, so you still wouldn't vote against the child molester? You would just not vote.
I
Like
just
your
wouldn't
choice is
vote, yeah.
child molester
I don't
or
like
black
him.
woman, and you say I'm sitting back.
I don't. My views don't align with the Democratic Party.
Okay, you know what? You're 19.
wouldn't
I'm gonna
vote.
deprogram you right now. Okay, I'm getting you out of the alt right pipeline. Chat, we're doing it. All right, in front of 600 people, we're doing this right now. How much time you have?
How much time do I have? I
Yeah.
have all the time in the world.
Okay, good. I'm gonna make you an empathetic, good person. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna start. Do you at least agree that our goal as a society, and both parties should agree on this, should be to protect children? That should be one of our big priorities, is protecting children, right?
It's a big priority, yes. I wouldn't say it's the number one priority, but it is a very, very massive priority.
What is the number one priority for you?
Making sure the country doesn't collapse.
Making sure the country doesn't collapse. Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that is more important for our government to do than protect children.
Okay. So then would you say like stability? Is that your number one?
I guess that's up there. Yeah, that's pretty far.
Okay.
Up.
Okay. So
Child safety is up there. Like children not getting molested. If I could make no child ever get molested again, with a snap of a finger.
okay.
I'd
You know
snap my
what?
finger.
I never thought I'd say this. We're gonna put a pin in the child molesting situation. All right. We'll go to your top one priority. Talking about stability. Okay. So when the Trump administration comes in, right, and they bring in Doge, and Doge fires or recommends the firing of a bunch of different heads of departments and inspectors general, and then our government realizes that we actually need a lot of these people, and they have to hire back a bunch of these, which costs us not only more money, but causes chaos and potentially led to more dangerous skies, more dangerous water, more dangerous food, all this stuff, right? Where's the stability there? How does the Republican Party? You said just because Donald Trump is a child molester, right? You said just because Donald Trump is a child molester doesn't mean that I change my ideals, right? You just said your number one priority is stability.
That is very far up there. Yes.
Okay. How does the Republican Party or Donald Trump offer stability for you?
The Republican Party, and in and of itself, because not Donald Trump. I'm not a massive Donald Trump guy in general. I did vote for him, but I'm not a massive Donald Trump guy. Like I'm not the kind of guy that die on the hill of Donald Trump.
We don't care. It's fine. Okay.
But
Republican Party.
yeah, just the economic the way that the Republican Party has, whenever they're in power, ran the country, and the country didn't go to fucking shit. Because
What do you mean by fucking shit? Can you explain what that means?
our country wasn't destroyed after. Our country wasn't like
Okay. George Bush leaves office. We're in economic disarray, the 2008 housing crisis. Donald Trump leaves office. Unemployment is at 7%.
because of COVID.
Oh, okay. So we're taking COVID off the table completely, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pre-COVID, we had the lowest unemployment rate in history. It was 3.5%.
Okay, we're at that rate right now anyway, and we're at that rate in the last 1.5 years of
So
Biden
under Trump's
administration.
administration again, we're at a low unemployment rate.
Wait, here, hold on.
You brought a pull up that it's going up. I know that, but like you just kind of said, right now we're also at a low unemployment rate. So it sounds like Donald Trump has lowered the unemployment rate both times.
I'm saying that 3.5% unemployment rate like isn't that big of a deal when you look at the trend. Just so here's the unemployment rate, right, from the Federal Reserve. So this was the end of Trump's term. before COVID. 3.5, right? That's what you just bragged about. And then multiple times in Biden's term, it was 3.5. It's actually going up now with Trump. So I'm trying to understand how that is a cause for stability. Where are you getting stability here?
A low unemployment rate means a booming economy. The lower the unemployment rate, the better.
But you were implying that Republicans. No, hold on.
Class has to spend.
Really quick. What I'm going to walk you through here is how to think critically. Okay, you said that Republicans offer stability. I asked you, how do Republicans offer stability? You said, well, every time they've been in power, things didn't go to shit. I pointed out that the past
I didn't say every time. I'm saying the amount of time. We've had bad presidents from both political parties.
Okay.
We've had some terrible presidents.
Sure. So what you're doing now is you're walking back that statement, which is fine. You realized you were wrong. You haven't thought about this.
You're just misunderstanding what I said back then in the 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
I wasn't walking back anything.
Oh, okay. So we're going to go back to your initial statement. You said Republicans offer stability. And your evidence for that, right? Because when we make big statements like that, usually we're supposed to back it up by evidence, right? That's why when you ask me about this big statement, there's a big statement up here about Epstein, right? I backed it up with multiple pieces of evidence, okay? So your evidence about Republicans offering stability was that Donald Trump had low unemployment during his first term. Now, that is not enough evidence here because his unemployment rate matched the unemployment rate of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden was handed off a 6.7% unemployment rate. Look at the chart. This is what Joe Biden received.
That was the bounce back after COVID. And that's why the spike is so insane.
Right. Okay.
There's no other times that, if you look at all the other times, no other time that employment has risen that in a spike like that.
I'm not blaming. Hey, listen. I'm not blaming Trump for how high unemployment. What I'm saying is, Biden inherited this economy, and was able to hit this record number that you're talking about. By the way, 3.5% is not a record, but let's say it's low. It's good. 3.5% is good. Biden was able to hit that. In fact, 3.4% in April of 2023. All right, so Biden beat that record. So your first piece of evidence towards Republicans offer stability is already debunked by the last two presidents. If you'd like, we can go back further, but I don't think you made that statement rooted in any kind of actual evidence. I think it was vibes that made you make that statement. It was whatever.
Not necessarily. Before I got up, you said you voted for Bernie twice. I think that his economic views are more socialist than capitalist, and I don't think that provides much stability to the individual.
We can pivot in the future. Right now I'm just going one by one. I'm dismantling the way you think. Do you notice that there was a problem with the way you replied to my questions so far? Have you picked up on this problem?
What's the problem? That I'm disagreeing with you?
No, not that you're disagreeing. The problem is that you're making statements without any kind of evidence. That's the issue. Your statement was.
I don't have a computer in front of me right now.
What's up?
I don't have a computer in front of me right now. I could pull shit up, but
you had a computer in front of you when you voted for Donald Trump. You did have it, right?
Yeah, I paid attention to the campaign trail.
Okay, but clearly not enough because your claim, your number one claim, right?
Ahead of Trump was running on, I liked better than Kamala Harris.
Ahead of child molestation, right? Your number one priority was stability. And when I asked you, okay, well, how do Republicans offer stability? You said, well, Trump had a low unemployment rate before COVID.
I think that Republican economic values uphold capitalistic values better than left wing, and I think that more capitalistic values provide more economic stability towards me.
Okay. So do you agree that your first statement was kind of just bullshit? You just kind of pulled it out of your ass?
It was vague. It was vague, but
Well, no, it wasn't just vague. It was irrelevant.
Try that MAGA shit.
Thank you, Miles. It was irrelevant because we didn't even need to argue whether Trump was the reason that unemployment was low or whether low unemployment is good for the economy. We didn't even need to argue that. It's literally just debunked immediately by 3 years later. It's like,
Low unemployment isn't good for the economy.
I'm saying we don't even need to do that. Because you're saying that the Republicans offer stability because Trump had a low unemployment when Biden matched or beat that unemployment in his term. So that's irrelevant. That point knocked off the table.
Maybe if Biden stayed in and didn't drop out and they didn't force Kamala in, maybe I would have voted for him.
I know, as a 19-year-old white guy, you hate women. I get it. Okay, I get it. But we're gonna
do with that.
I'm deprogramming you. All right. Well, you said you have all the time. We're gonna go through it. Okay, we're gonna go through it.
The one thing that I really need to know is if Nancy Pelosi or Camel-Toe Harris would win in a square.
There it is, bro. Okay, I swear, I know it hurts that women aren't into you. Okay, I get it. It hurts, but the fresh and fits of the world. Listen, the fresh and fits of the world are not your saving grace. I swear. The Nick Fuentes is whoever it is. I don't know which. Thank you, politics.
I hate all these people very much. They're all grifters. They're all L. I hate them all.
Okay, all right. So where do you get your news?
Where do I get my news?
Yeah. Who do you follow? Where do you get your information that made you say such a dumb thing like Republicans offer stability?
That's such a dumb thing.
Yeah. Where did you get that piece of information?
Like living 19 years on Earth, I guess. I don't no news program has ever been on the TV and was like Republicans offer stability.
What event? What took place? What did you witness in your 19 years? Anything. Give me anything. Where did you get capitalistic values uphold my life better? Where did you get Donald Trump had a record low unemployment? Where did you get that? Where?
Record low unemployment. I don't know the exact source, but I did read that somewhere.
What do you read? All right. What sources? What do you read? What are the types of things you read?
I read honestly most sources. I don't really cherry pick sources at all. I'm not like a Fox News watcher. Like I will during the whole entire Charlie Kirk thing, I was flipping between Fox and CNN. I was flipping between Fox and CNN and I think New York Times.
Okay, when you're not on this live talking to Dan Malik, okay? What do you do online? Where are you? What are you up to?
Usually scrolling TikTok, honestly.
Okay. Now, I imagine a lot of your TikTok is political, right?
A good amount.
Okay. What types of things do you hear on there?
Bipartisan things. I hear good things and bad things about Trump. I hear good things and bad things about Democratic.
From who?
From who? I don't know the exact accounts. Like the popular news accounts on TikTok.
Is there anyone you follow that you like as a content creator? Is there any news source that you like?
I liked Charlie Kirk. I did like Charlie Kirk, but that isn't really,
Well, yeah, he's no longer available. Okay, so you liked Charlie Kirk. Now,
I'm not a fan of many of the right wing influencers. I think a lot of them are too far right for me. I'm far more centrist than a lot of them.
Okay. Do you think Charlie Kirk was centrist?
No, I think he was I don't think he was far right, but I think he was a Christian conservative.
When he says that the collapse of America involves America becoming less white, do you think that is a centrist opinion, or do you think that's a far right opinion?
I think that it is pulled out of context.
I will show you the context.
And within the context, he probably, if you pull away the empathetic aspect of, but they are people too. Shit. Which I'm not saying that I agree with it. Like I said, I have that empathetic part, and I'm like, no, I do disagree. But logically, understandable viewpoint.
It is understandable to say that America is collapsing because it's becoming less white. That is an understandable viewpoint.
I think phrased that way, it is very easily misconstrued.
No. Phrased that way, it's mask off, right? You appreciate it when it's mask on. I get that, but that's not a centrist viewpoint. That's a far right viewpoint.
I don't appreciate
you are on the far right.
Eradication of black people. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm confused. Like
wanting America to be more white. Would you say that's a good opinion to have? Would you say that that's a centrist opinion to have? Is that your
no, I
opinion?
think that's a far right, and I think that's a bad opinion.
That's
to
a
have.
bad
I think
opinion.
that's a negative racist opinion to have.
Okay, I appreciate that you'd say that. Okay, so that is something that Charlie Kirk has said.
Okay.
It is also where a lot of his policy proposals are coming from. That the idea of white Christian nationalism.
I don't know. I just, like, I don't know. I don't think he was a white supremacist all that much.
All right, we're gonna.
Like, you can try to tell me Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist all you want. I do not believe that.
Wait, I'm sorry.
If you showed me a picture of him doing a Nazi salute with a Nazi armband on him, then I'd be like, oh, you got me there. But like one clip of him talking in the thousands of hours of him speaking, it is. I'm just gonna.
It's not one clip. It's not one clip. It's a long list. By the way,
because I think that he spoke more.
There are
for
thousands of
bringing
hours
back-
of me speaking, and I've never said some racist shit like that. Okay, you know that you don't have to just mix in some racism.
I think that he way more advocated for the reunification of the black family than the eradication of black people.
I need you to understand. Just because you're not calling for black genocide does not mean you're not a white supremacist. I know that sounds like your line is
that statement that you have highlighted is just a valid. What's it called? Observation. My bad. Couldn't find the word.
How is the collapse of America?
Where is he talking about the collapse of America right there? The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white.
Which country is it?
Okay,
America.
Yes.
He's saying that the collapse of
like I said,
America.
in context.
What? We can watch the context. The clip's right here. You already said you don't care about the context. You already said unless he's wearing a Nazi armband.
This clip, he's responding to either a comment or a video. Or no, he's at a rally and they're talking about.
It's not a rally. It's in a podcast. I've watched the clip. Why are you defending him before watching the clip? Holy shit, bro! I swear he's not gonna fuck you. He can't. He's dead. He's gone. Okay. Why are you defending him before watching the clip? What if the clip is him saying I want to kill all black people? Like why would you defend him before you see the clip?
I have seen the clip. That's what I'm getting at here.
No, you clearly haven't because you're trying. You're like it was at a rally or it was at a.
Somebody talks about for the first time the nation got less white, and then like a crowd cheered for it. And I do think that is kind of interesting. I think it's an interesting.
This is not a rally. You haven't seen this clip.
Okay, show me the clip. Play the clip.
Buy guns, everybody. Buy guns. I asked the Border Patrol, I said, who else is coming? And they said, oh, there's Chinese drug gangsters coming across almost every single day. The interior of the United States is getting super mobbed up right now. Remember the story a couple days ago? Colombian gang kingpin on Interpol most wanted list came into the country and claimed political asylum and was arrested in Texas. Now understand, there's two types of border jumpers that are coming into the country. There are those that are the gotaways, and then there are those that come in and claim asylum. We should have no asylum claims, period. They have completely manipulated the entire asylum system. Remember we talked about the autoimmune response? They use our alleged generosity and benevolency, and they game that system. Millions of them. And the cartels and the Catholic charities and all these NGOs, they give them the script. The Catholic charities, by the way, are one of the biggest reasons why we have the open border crisis on the southern border. They subsidize it. They train the sex traffickers how to smuggle the women across the border.
This is already an insane statement, by the way, which is just added context, that the Catholic charities are training sex traffickers. But I'll let you just sit with that one for a second.
Border. Every day, women are coming across as sex slaves, and Catholic Charities say, how can we help? Oh, we're not supposed to judge. Every single day. So this guy, Adiris Perella, was wanted in Colombia in connection with multiple murders and drug trafficking. He just came across the border. We didn't do a background check. We didn't call the Colombian embassy. Just came into the country. Happening every single day. And amazingly, the buried lead is yesterday. So Mexico comes out because it looked like for a little bit that Texas was finally able to deport the foreigners back to Mexico or their country of origin. Mexico comes out the same way that Egypt and Jordan would say about the people of Gaza, saying, we don't want your illegals back here in Mexico. You better not send them. Now, Joe Biden, based on reports that I have heard from people in meetings with Joe Biden says, well, I don't want to offend Mexico. Joe Biden is worried about offending Mexico. We have to bully Mexico. That's what Joe Biden did. And that's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump said, hey, we're going to put 5% tariff, 10% tariff. We're going to get what we want. Mexico could close their border in an afternoon. But we're allowing Mexico and the cartels to overrun the country because, of course, the American Democrat Party wants that to happen. The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. They love it when America gets overwhelmed. And we keep on saying this. It's the Cloward-Piven strategy. It's not some sort of abstract theory.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Thank you so much, JB. That was plenty of context. He could have very easily.
I honestly don't think that statement is as horrific as it seemed out of
Why
context.
did he say less white? He could have very easily not included that part, and it would have just been some a right-wing propagandist talking about Democrats are bringing in the illegals to overrun the country, right? It would still been bad, but only bad from a liberal perspective. Republicans don't care about that. But now you have to, when he brought up less white, now you have to explain.
Did this happen close in proximity to when the people did cheer that America for the first time became less white?
What the actual fuck are you talking about? Why would that matter? Why does that
matter? Because that would be fresh on his brain that people literally cheered that for the first time the census showed that America got less white. That would be fresh on his brain. Therefore, he would say that the Democrats cheer when America gets less white because that is the reason that America is getting less white is because of the illegal immigrants. Like that is his statement. Honestly, is kind of like
the statement. Hey! Even your point was wrong because if America is actually coming less white, it's because of the birth rate. White women are not having babies like they used to back in the days because they actually have freedom now, which is amazing. So. It's not your claim. Literally, every other demographic in America is producing. It's just white people their birth rate are down. So it has nothing to do with people coming across the border.
Hold on.
What's up, Naquan?
What's good? How you, brother?
Listen, I am trying my hardest. Okay, this is a 19-year-old. Took the red pill. I'm trying to deprogram him. Trying so hard.
I'm not really saying anything that says that white people's birth rate is going down.
Look at the sensors. Literally, look at the sensors over the last. I'll make it easy for you. 30 years. You will see the decrease in white people. Literally, the decrease in white people. It's because of
the white generation isn't diminishing.
Welcome.
Or the white population isn't diminishing.
Really quick. Well, welcome, Erica Raiders. Hey, Erica, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much.
Like, I don't think that white people are like what's happening in Japan right now, where their population's literally declining.
I'm with all due respect, Naquan, I actually don't think it matters. Like, what you're saying isn't wrong, but I don't think it would. It changes the statement.
It doesn't change the hateful statement whatsoever. And I literally came up because you said Charlie Kirk is for reuniting the black family, which is false because the only claim he makes is, oh, we was better under Jim Crow. Can I ask you what was happening in the black community during Jim Crow?
They were being segregated, but that's not the only thing.
They was being strange fruited. They were still being raped, unalive, beaten, and mind you, police wasn't doing nothing because most of the people that was doing it were police. They had hoods on. They were
That is
police,
true.
judges, doctors, lawyers. There was all of this stuff. We also had redlining. We also had multiple black communities that were thriving, that was massacred. So please elaborate to me how the black community was so much better under stuff like that.
I never said that they were better under Jim Crow. I just think
No,
that,
Charlie
because
Kirk said that though.
okay, and I
Kirk
never
said that, but
and
you said that he said he just wanted the black family to be together, which is fucking false. So again,
it's really
this
not.
is
You're picking out one statement instead of like the 50
no,
other
because I can
statements that he's
pick
made
out
that go against
I
that.
literally can pick out multiple statements. So he
And I
also
can
made
pick
a
out multiple statements where he's talking
Wait.
about how he wants to see black families reunited
I
and
actually,
black fathers
this
back
this
in
is
the home.
really quick, Richie. This is like the second or third time you've done this. When you just because you say one really bad thing doesn't mean that like that absolves you. And this is a pattern with Charlie Kirk. But like if Charlie Kirk came out and said the thing about how the collapse of America is synonymous with it being less white, if that was the only thing he said, that's still
That's
not
not what he said. You're misconstruing the statement.
no.
This
We
is
all heard
this
the
is
statement, okay? But
okay. This is in his head. This is the concept of events. Drug overdoses are like the number one cause of death in the country, right? The drugs are coming in over the Mexican border. The more illegals that come in, the more drugs coming in.
No. Who's
okay,
bringing
I
them?
have to stop you. I have to stop you. Like you're actually now just spewing white
Yeah.
nationalist rhetoric. We don't do that on this platform.
Who's bringing them? Because it literally is. Because who's bringing them?
Who's bringing what?
Who's bringing the drugs in?
The Mexican cartel.
95% is being brought in by Americans.
Which means only
Who are
5%
being
if
paid
that.
by who? Who are being paid by who to do so?
So wait, hold on. Your excuse now is, they're making them. No, they're not making them bring them because you don't have to go over there and say, hey, I'm gonna bring this over there. Nobody's making them do it. Nobody's making them do it. So the 95% that comes by the U.S. citizen, they're not forced to do it. They're
Do
choosing
you
to
know how
do
the
it.
Do you know how the cartel usually works? It's
They're
kind of like if you don't do it, I'm gonna kill you.
they're choosing it to do it.
The
Because you
cartel's more
can't,
like if
you
you don't do
literally,
it, I'm gonna kill you.
so you think you could just walk up to any cartel member out of anywhere and be like, hey, I want to take packages across the border.
No.
It's not how it fucking works.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't work like that.
So you think it's a choice to get into like gang activity and
They're
everything?
choosing to bring that stuff over here.
So you think
They're-
it's a choice to like get into
they're-
gang activity and all
I
that?
don't like the pivot. So again, they're choosing to bring that stuff over here because literally
I'm just
want
trying to
make money.
like make sure your statement is
Also,
clear.
really quick, you said drug overdoses are the number one cause of death. That's just not like true at all. I don't know where you. For who?
They're up there.
It's not number one. It's actually firearms.
For Naquan, for children it's firearms. It's for adults I think it might be heart disease. For children it's firearms.
Yeah, heart disease. Wait, is it still heart disease right now?
I think so.
It might be. It might be. It might still be heart disease. Hey, E.
Hello.
Hey, Erica.
But
Dan.
that was literally just one thing. So again, he made the false statement without actually showing any data. He made the claim that black people are just targeting white people at a high rate, like it's nothing. When we actually can look at anti-black crime versus anti-white crime, it's fucking doubled. We also can look at the FBI stats that show that white on black violence is, what is it, 16.9, somewhere around there, and black on white violence is only like 8.9.
What about black on black versus white on white?
White on white is always 86 to 90%. I like the pivot that you just tried to make, which is cute. It was cute. Yeah, I like to bring that up and don't actually know the stats, like literally. So again, address my point that I just made. He made the false claim. You can watch the video. Literally, you can watch the video. Hey, don't run. You can watch the video where he said that black people are just targeting white people. Literally, when we actually look at the stats, it's versus the is the other way around.
Excuse me. I'm
Hey.
sorry. I have nothing of substance to add. Did you say hi to the raid?
I did. It was a little late. I caught it maybe 2 or 3 minutes after the raid, but I did say hi to the raid.
Okay. Did you also catch the raid on the on the tube?
No, I didn't. There was a
I sent
YouTube
you some
raid?
people on the tube. Yeah.
YouTube, thank you so much. I'm gonna be honest. YouTube and Twitch, I can sometimes forget you're there. I'm so sorry. You guys are here. You're on my main monitor. TikTok's on my second monitor, and I'm so sorry. It's very hard for me to focus. Welcome in, Erica Raiders on YouTube, and thank you so much.
Okay. Fantastic.
Okay, so
Also,
Daquan,
Richie.
sorry.
All right. I'm
I would
being a
just
bit
like to respond
selfish.
to the claim.
I know. I understand. You're gonna have a moment. I'm just being a bit selfish right now. Yeah, I didn't feel like hosting anymore, so I said I'm gonna go be a TikTok thought. All right, so I'm just gonna be hopping around. But I need you to turn on your redirect. So I'm gonna text you just like I did Hector and send you the information on how to do it. So then that way, like when we go live on TikTok and we have people and we finish, we can send them over to you, send them over to Hector. Once Matt is streaming, once Kiana is streaming up there, just send people over.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
So what is it, like an auto raid?
Yeah, it's like a raid. Yeah. So once I end my stream, my people will automatically be in yours.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's do it.
So you're not gonna raid me, E-Money?
You have a stream?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Continue on, guys. Richie, the floor is yours.
Just really quick before Richie goes, overdoses don't even break the top 10, by the way. I just looked it up, cause of death. So that was yet another. I think we're probably at 10 facts that you pulled out of your ass. But go ahead.
All right. Okay, so this fact is not pulled out of my ass. It's pulled out of the 2016 FBI crime census. Among 3,500 white victims, only 28.
Did you just say 2016, which means you're using tables? Fun fact about tables: the FBI doesn't use it anymore, and also that's arrest, not conviction. So again, address my point that I made, because I can literally show you the FBI hate crime, anti-white versus anti-black.
Anti-white hate crimes don't get prosecuted ever.
You're a fucking lie. So again,
The guy in South Carolina that stabbed the white girl and said, I got that white girl getting charged with hate crimes.
You
Or are
can't
they letting
prove
him out of
that.
prison for
No.
60 days?
Hold on, shush. You can't prove that because it's no telling exactly who said that. All you heard was white girl for real. That's the only clear part on that. I've watched that video multiple times.
Okay, but did they not let the dude who killed her out of
I've
prison for
watched
60
that
days?
video multiple times, but I like the pivot that you tried to
Did
make.
they not let him out of prison for 60
So
days? It's not a
please,
pivot. It is an
it's a
argument.
pivot. I
It's
want
not
you
a
to.
pivot.
I
dude.
want you to
Everything is a
address.
pivot. I don't know if you just learned what that word is last week.
No,
but, like,
because
a
I want you
pivot
to
is when I
address the
change the
point that I'm
topic
talking
completely.
about. Charlie Kirk made a claim that black people are just targeting white people at a high rate. When we actually look at the stats, it's vice versa.
Okay, if that's the stats, I agree with the stats. Do you agree with the stats in 2016?
2016 is obsolete, and it's arrest. That's not
Why is
conviction.
2016 obsolete?
Because they don't use tables. They stopped using tables because 60% of police stations in America was not reporting. That's why tables are no longer used. The last time tables was used was 2019. You might want to scroll down and it'll tell you that 60% of police stations are not reporting. They were not reporting. That's why they got rid of tables. They actually do have a website that you can look this stuff up on, though. Like literally.
This is to everyone. I guess that maybe isn't Richie. I think. Does anyone have like a source or like a playbook for how to alt-right pipeline these young white men? Because, and honestly, it's not even just limited to young white men. It's young men in general. We did see, obviously, it's bigger with young white men, but we saw the shift in the 2024 election with Black Americans and Latino Americans of the male persuasion. We really need to do something about this young generation of men because. Oh yes, Erica.
You are missing a prime opportunity here. The question should be, does anyone have the playbook on how to unfuck America?
No pun intended.
I love when he does that.
But yeah, no, because this is a problem. Like I really did. I tried for a while. We've been up for hold on. So
It's been like 50 minutes almost, I think.
okay,
But
so almost an hour, and I tried walking him through. We started talking about the Epstein stuff, and I went through the fact that the Trump
And I agree
administration
with
is
you on the Epstein stuff. It's
actively
disgusting.
right. But you specifically said that while you disagree with Republicans being in favor of child molestation, you still agree with their economic policies. So we started going to the economic policies, and you were like, well, the Republicans offer stability. And then your evidence for that was low unemployment in 2019. And I pointed out that that Biden matched that unemployment, so that doesn't make any sense. So then you started talking about how it was the capitalistic ideals of the Republican Party that were better for you, and so I asked you, like, where are you getting your media? What is your media digest looking like? You're 19, so obviously, like, these things that you're hearing are coming from somewhere. And I asked you, and we tried to find it. Thank you, JB Coop.
I need to say something real quick. Biden actually did better with unemployment. He was 1 or 2% lower than Trump. So Trump people don't like it.
We went over
Literally,
earlier that they were
it was.
equal.
He was either 3.4 or 3.3. Trump
Yeah.
lowest was 3.5 or
That's not
3.6.
percent. That is 1/10%. I'm sorry.
It was still less than. He had the lowest in history.
Yeah, it was in April
3.4 in one spot.
Yeah. But you claimed your first piece of evidence for Republicans offer stability
I
was
think
that
either way, Biden was a dying breed of Democrat. That like he's an old Democrat. Modern Democrats are so much different than his views. He used to say some heinous things, and it was seen as still Democrat. Like he said that, and he said directly the N-word. An N-word shouldn't be mayor, who he was running against.
bro.
Wait, hold on. Do you the same way you just asked Dan? Do you know the content of like? Do you know the whole video of that thing? Like literally the whole video.
Doesn't matter.
don't-
He still said the N-word.
No,
hard
no,
on.
no. I
On a public stage as a
don't
politician.
excuse
That's
him for
disgusting.
saying the N word, but he did apologize for it. He understood that it was
He
wrong.
apologized for it.
Yeah, well,
Literally.
I need to step in. He apologized. Yes. If you say something bad 50 years ago and you've apologized multiple times, and this piece of shit says something bad constantly his whole life until he dies and never apologize, unapologetically racist. Yes, that is the difference.
you
Joe
don't know
Biden
what
was a
he
better
would've
man than Charlie Kirk.
apologized for
Yes,
50
thank you.
years from
I don't know why you
don't
said
know
that
what
like it was a
would've
joke.
apologized- You don't know what first of all, you
So
don't know
literally,
what Charlie Kirk would
okay,
apologize for
so-
50
so
years
to-
from now.
to
No,
educate-
I know Charlie Kirk has not apologized for these statements. He stood 10
You don't
toes
know
down
that.
on these
Everybody would have
statements.
thought Joe Biden would ever apologize for saying the N-word because nobody thought he would have had to ever.
no.
Nobody would have thought he would ever have to
Oh, okay. Are you
apologize
saying
for that.
70-year-old Charlie Kirk would have been a better person? Maybe, hopefully.
Okay,
Outside
yeah,
of-
you're
okay,
coming to a
so
gross
let me-
generalization.
let me
Joe
ask
Biden
you-
apologized after 50 years.
Hey,
Charlie
hey,
Kirk should have
hey,
apologized
hey,
after 2.
hey,
after
hey,
not
hey.
saying the N-word hard R as a
Hey,
politician
hey,
running
hey,
for a
hey,
seat.
Rick. Shush. Let me ask you a question. Outside of that one thing, can you tell me any other thing or any other time that Joe Biden said the N-word?
I think there is one, but I'm not gonna say.
No,
that there
I don't
is
need you to
guaranteed, 'cause
think.
I'm not sure, and I don't want to be.
I don't
You're
need
pulling
you to
another
think.
fact out of your ass, but I think I have seen one. I have seen the video of him saying you can't go into a Dunkin' Donuts without an Indian accent.
Do you?
I've seen that.
Are you sure of that?
Just so we're quick, just to be clear, he was quoting anything. He didn't even say it angrily. He wasn't like speaking to black people when he said it. He was quoting it. What's context? It's better. Charlie Kirk, actively racist. Joe Biden said kind of racist things 50 years ago. Charlie Kirk, actively racist, and Charlie Kirk was your favorite content creator before he died.
Racist, never said the N-word hard R as a politician.
I love that saying the N-word hard R is that's racist. You can preach about America being better when it's more white, not racist.
On a public stage,
Just like, by the way, just so we're clear, this is the same line. Just so we're clear. So for you, Charlie Kirk needed to say the N-word with the hard R, otherwise it's not racist. This is just like in the start of this conversation where you said if the Epstein files come out and Donald Trump is on the list and he did molest children, I would go back in time and not vote for either candidate. So first of all, child molester versus black woman, sitting it out. Already insane. Second of all, you needed that line. The fact that you needed the line of knowing that he was a child molester rather than the line of he's protecting child molesters is already crazy. Not to mention he was found liable for sexually assaulting a woman, but I know you guys don't care about women. I'm lost at the morals of you as a person. How is this real? Like, Joe Biden quoted the N-word on stage. Charlie Kirk preaches great replacement theory, but
Okay. More recently,
No, wait. Before you
Joe
say
Biden
something,
said, if you don't vote
hey,
for me, you're not black.
Rick, hold on,
My
because
name's not Rick. My
you
name is
actually
Rick.
you're wrong about that too. So maybe I'm just crazy. So the only thing, Dan, Erica, the only thing that can make you racist is saying the N-word with the hard ER. Is that what he's claiming?
No, that's
Maybe
not what
I'm
I'm
just
claiming.
tweaking.
You
Okay.
guys are all saying that that's what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay,
saying
so
that I think it is a racist action as a politician actively going after a seat on a public stage to even quote the N-word with a hard R on it.
okay.
I'm sorry. First things first is that when Joe Biden was reading that, he was actually quoting someone else when he
I just
said
said
it.
he was quoting somebody. Even if
Yeah,
he's
he was
quoting
quoting
somebody, it's
someone
still
else, but he wasn't
disgusting. You
running
shouldn't say
against
it.
them. It was at a 1985 Senate hearing. So
Yeah.
he
It's
wasn't
still,
running
it's
against
a
anyone,
disgusting thing to
but
say, and it's a
wait.
horrible
he was
He was
using
Erica,
pointing
go,
the
please.
fact.
Erica, go.
Sorry,
Sorry.
E.
he was just reading the full quote of someone. That's all.
Yeah, he
That's
was
it.
literally pointing out the fact that somebody else said it. And secondly, you tried to use that you're not black if you did not vote for me. You don't know where that came from. It actually came from the Breakfast Show, actually.
The
Yes.
Breakfast Club.
At the Breakfast
And
Club.
Charlemagne called them out after and said,
Shush,
whoa,
hold on, because the word "you're not black" never came out of Biden's mouth. Literally, when they end the show, that's how they end it. You're not black if this, that, and the third. You're not black if this, that, or that. Literally. And right after he said it, he realized he fucked up and he apologized. Unlike Charlie Kirk, who, like, literally, I just gave you two things that he did. Also, I can talk about Trayvon Martin, where he switched the whole fucking story around.
Okay, I don't agree with Charlie Kirk on
Shush,
race.
hey, shush. Because you literally keep trying to pivot instead of answer my question. So again, Trayvon Martin, we all heard the recording of that, the police recording, where they told that man not to get out the car, not to pursue him, don't follow him, stay in your vehicle. The man still followed him. Charlie Kirk went on his podcast, switched the whole story around, and said this young boy, he called him a man, he was a young boy, attacked him, and that's how he ended up unalive. Charlie Kirk did not give a fuck about the black community. If he did, he wouldn't have lied on it.
Really quickly, and I know you wanted to fact check something. Just really quickly, Richie, I need you to just think about what has gone on this past hour, because now this is another thing, another habit you need to get out of, where you are pre-defending something that you don't know. Right? I showed you that Charlie Kirk quote, and you were saying, well, it was at a rally, and it wasn't. It was in a podcast. And here you're saying that, well, he said the N-word hard R at a political on his political campaign. He was at a rally, and it was in a congressional hearing, and you're already walking back but defending it. Like, you don't take in any of this new information and then maybe change your opinion. You have your opinion. I need to make Joe Biden sound like a racist so that it doesn't look as bad when I support racism. Right? That's what you're doing when you do that. And now Angie's gonna further debunk that point. We'll see where you move the goalpost. Now, I know you're brolic from the amount of goalpost moves you had this past hour. Hey, Ange.
Hi. So Congress has a rule that anytime a quote or anything that someone else has said is being brought onto the congressional floor, it has to be read exactly, verbatim, word for word. That's cuss words. Anything that is said has to be word for word. If they don't use it word for word, then there's some kind of objection that's made. That's why it was said the way that it was. He's required to, under congressional rules. You're making this into some big fucking deal because he read something in a quote that he was required to read in full. If you're gonna make claims like this, at least know the fucking claim you're making is real.
Thank you, Ange.
Do you have another one you'd like to present? Because I'm pretty sure you don't.
I mean, what about the whole like Indian accent and Duncan?
No. We're going back to the end.
Wait,
When
whoa.
else did he use it?
No, I just need you to be please. You're 19. I know it's hard. Okay, I know. Your goal right now should not be let me find some other like.
You just said, do I have another thing to present? I just presented something else.
That's from a different person. That's a different person. You just
Joe Biden.
The Indian accent.
Yeah, Joe Biden said the Indian accent thing. He said to go into Dunkin' Donuts, you need an Indian accent. Look it up.
Show me a video.
I can pull it up. Fucking pull it up. Literally pull it up.
Show me a video.
Okay, no. I actually need to know. I need to know. No. We're finding out where you got programmed. Where did you hear this?
He said it on the news.
Where did the news show you? Which news? Tell me. No. I need to know where you got programmed.
It was some local news station. I think probably somewhere in New England.
Who showed it to you? You're not in New England. Who showed it to you?
God. Who showed me? Why don't you pull up the clip? Why don't you look it up?
No. I believe you. Who showed you? I need to know. Who showed you?
I saw it on the internet.
No, wait a minute.
Who?
Richie,
I don't know.
Provide the context. Richie, provide the context on the quote. Richie, provide the context on the quote, buddy.
I don't write down every fucking username.
Provide the context of why the quote was made.
And really quick, I don't care about the we're going to we've gone into the context every time and he's lost every time.
You need an Indian accent to go into McDonald's.
Really quick. So, everyone. I need y'all to see where my brain is at right now. Okay. We are so past the context. We know he lost on the context of all of them. Charlie Kirk, the context was racist. Joe Biden, the context was less racist. He lost on context in all of them. I'll grant him the context just so we can move on. Joe Biden said something that was racist. Okay, that thing is so obscure. Okay, what he just said was so obscure. I've never heard of it. I need to know who showed him that, because the reason it's being showed to him is so that he has some way. As a young white racist, has some way to defend against all the claims against people like Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk, right? The right wing, the alt-right pipeline showed him that. Somebody. Before, when I kept trying to ask him, where do you get your news? Where do you get your media? He doesn't want to tell me. I don't know who it is. He said, well, I did like Charlie Kirk. Where did you get that? Because whatever that is, we need to know. That person is specifically spreading shit. The talking points, the NPC, yes, the NPC update. For you to have a new defense. Okay, Charlie Kirk is preaching about the great replacement theory. Here's a clip from 1967 of Joe Biden singing along to a rap song. I need to know where you got that. Who showed it to you? Who presented it to you? When I kick you from this live and you scroll, who's your next page? I need to know. Who's radicalizing our young men? Tell me.
I know where he got it from, Dan, because I've seen it floating around on TikTok about last year sometime. It's red pill people that's doing it. And they did not play the full clip of that goddamn quote. This is why I asked for the video. It's more to that quote, way more to that quote. And it wasn't his actual quote.
It is his actual quote.
The context, Richie. Provide the context, Richie. Provide the context.
I'm pulling up the clip right now.
No. What's the context? Not just the quote.
Okay, I'm trying to find the context. He's talking to a random dude. It is on C-SPAN Road to the White House 2008 that he said this.
What was the conversation about?
I don't know. You're not letting me listen to the video. You're talking over it.
He needs to listen to the video because he never even watched it. He never did the research. He just got it. He got it as a talking point. He was delivered a talking point from. By the way, when I googled this, we have the GOP war room. They couldn't be more on the nose with that.
Did you
war room.
Look up whether or not it was a quote that Joe Biden said the N-word? Did you look that up?
What?
But you needed the context. You really needed the context. You needed to find that.
Yeah.
I do need to find it. That's how a debate works. You want me to provide evidence?
But you're the one that presented it. I have the context of the things I'm presenting. Your worldview is being molded by shit you haven't looked up.
Context ahead of time. You didn't have the context.
Stop. You're wrong. I'm not the one that presented the N-word thing. You did. Your worldview is warped by stuff you haven't looked into. Even the economy, you were like, oh, we had record unemployment under Trump. That was wrong. We didn't even have record unemployment if you count just the years between Trump and Biden. If we don't count any of America, just Trump and Biden, he didn't even break that record. Biden was better. So you were wrong about that. You pulled that out of your ass. You said, oh, drug overdoses are the number one cause of death. They don't even break the top 10. Okay, you're being fed misinformation, and now you're ad hoc. You're reverse engineering, trying to find context, trying to find your sources because I'm pushing back on the lies you've been told.
I'm
That's
trying
the
to find
problem.
my sources because I don't prepare for a debate that I join on a TikTok live because I'm not the one who is running the TikTok live.
It's
that
not
has
just
everything already pulled up.
you shouldn't have to have every exact source in mind, but you should have a reason for your beliefs. But when I ask you about your beliefs and your reason is just vagaries, that's a problem. You said Republicans provide more stability, and I asked you, what do you mean by that? Every time a Republican leaves office, the economy is good. And I was like, that's not true at all. I mean, when Bush left office, the economy was bad. When Trump left office, the economy was bad. And you're like, okay, well, Trump had a record low unemployment. That's not true. So like that whole belief, the Republicans provide stability, it was just fabricated. It just was pumped into your brain by Charlie Kirk and whoever else is still alive, pumping this misinformation into you. Okay, you need to recognize that. Wait, I went on this live, and every single thing I believe in was debunked within 5 seconds. That's a problem. Don't you think that's a problem?
Real
Not
quick, I'm going to jump
necessarily,
down.
no, because
I'm going to jump down. Chat, make sure to follow Erica and Naquan if you aren't already. Gift your panel. I'm not talking about Richie. Please don't gift me either. If there's anything else, Dan, let me know. I'll be in the comments.
Thank you, Angela. I love you so much.
Love you too.
I think it's not so much that you've debunked all my views. It's more that I come into this debate unprepared because I scrolled across your TikTok live on my For You page.
Richie, no. Not a single thing that you have provided has been true. You recognize that, right? You started off making a claim about the Epstein files. You said that it was bipartisan, that they weren't being released. I debunked you on that.
I said it was a bipartisan concept to
Wrong.
not release
And
them.
that
It was
is a
bad
lie.
for everybody.
Yes, that is a
No.
lie.
I'm
The
not
list is
saying-
bipartisan. There are Democrats and Republicans on that list. Yes. However, Democrats
you.
want justice for the victims.
Okay.
Republicans don't. So debunked you on that immediately.
I think a very large amount of Republicans do. I think that a very large amount of Republicans have been speaking out against Trump ever since that.
Not enough. Clearly not enough. So
I think just enough have. I think so many people have that they are actively getting the
all
votes
but
to
4
do it.
House members. That's your party. You said Republicans provide stability. All but 4 are pro pedophile. They are pro child molester. All but 4. All but 4. All but 4. That's your party. You should not be coming on a live and saying I'm a Republican when 90+% are cool with pedophiles. Child molester, excuse me. I shouldn't say pedophile because that will give them the out. By the way, when the list comes out, I'm going to read the future. List comes out, and it comes out that that Trump or some other people in power had sex with 17-year-olds. Republicans like this numbnuts are going to say, oh, well, 17 is not prepubescent, so they're not pedophiles. So I need to lay the groundwork now.
Okay.
Child molesters.
Don't-
They're okay with
don't-
child molestation. Sorry.
Don't construe me as somebody who is going to defend pedophiles by going after. the edible
You've been
political
defending
meaning of the
pedophiles
word.
all night.
Okay. I would,
May
like
I
you're
say
saying that
something,
I-
please, in
okay,
response to what
like-
Dan just said?
Yes.
If I could. Thank you. All right. Yeah, the Republicans definitely are supporting child molesters. They are, because I don't want to mispronounce her first name, but Adelita Grajava just won the 7th district in Arizona. That's a House seat. She just won. Mike Johnson is refusing to swear her in so that she can take her seat, because she would be the 218th vote needed to push for a vote on the Transparency Act. It's the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and he's refusing to let her take her oath. If that is not a sign that they are protecting child molesters, and that is something in those files that they do not want the public to see at large, I don't know what else is. Why can't Adelita take her seat, Richie? Why can't she be sworn in?
We talked about this earlier. I don't support him doing that.
Yeah, he said. So this is what he said after. It was like pulling teeth. It was like pulling teeth to get him to finally admit that Trump was in the wrong on this. It was like pulling teeth. Finally admitted it, but said that's not a number one priority for me. The number one priority for me would be stability.
What?
That's
as a government, our top priority should be child safety, and I said no. The government's top priority should be making sure our country doesn't collapse.
To be clear, I said as a
That is the
society. I
government-
didn't say as a government, but either way.
I said as a country.
Wait, hold on. So you don't think our government should be enforcing that kids are safe?
Oh my God, no! I said it is high up in my importance list. It's just not number one because
No.
country not collapsing is more important. I'm sorry.
Hey, slap nuts. I don't give a fuck about this country collapsing. As a person that is a father of a 16-year-old girl, give a fuck about this country collapsing as long as young underage girls are fucking safe.
Okay, well, they'd be way
That should
less
be
safe
number
than
one on
anarchist,
the top of
collapsed,
the.
apocalyptic
That should be
society,
number.
and
Hey,
America could
slap
become
nuts.
the country collapse.
Slap nuts. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Again, protecting kids should be the number
This
one
is actually
priority.
your argument here is based fully in feelings.
No, it's not in
this argument
feelings.
is rooted fully
It's
in
not
emotion.
in feelings.
This argument is rooted fully in
Kids
emotion.
should not have to go outside and feel like they might not come home or somebody is gonna fucking touch them.
I agree.
That
How
should be
is that
number one
based
on
in emotion,
anybody's
though?
list.
Why is it based in emotion to care about children?
It's not. I mean, care is an emotional.
That's
comes
what I was
from an
going to say.
emotional
Is it the
place.
word care that
Like
makes it
caring
emotional?
comes from an emotional place inherently.
mean-
like it is inherently an emotional thing, and if you try to debate that, you're just wrong.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
Like, make it make sense.
Hey, KP. Hey.
Do you think that okay? Say we have a mass economic collapse, right? And our country fully goes under, right? You think that is a safer society, and it's because we were putting 100% of our resources into.
So the problem here, Richie, is that if we go down that rabbit hole.
Muting me in the middle of my fucking argument.
Yeah,
dude,
because
so I
I've heard it
can-
before. You already said it, but you were debunked on it. You said Republicans provide stability, but provided no evidence, and you said I'm not
This isn't
prepared.
what I got debunked on. Like, you're just not letting me make another point after you circled back on this, on something that I've
No, I already know your point. I'm reading the future. I'm saving us time because you've been up
No,
here for so long.
because
Your point. I know your point. Tell me if this is not your point. Your point is, if there was a massive economic crisis where parents couldn't feed their kids, then kids would be less safe than if the Epsteins of the world go unprosecuted because of Donald Trump, right?
No. That is not my argument at all.
Okay,
That
go ahead.
You would fall into a more dangerous society in that sense. Crime would go up. And if, like, that is just an inherent true fact. In recessions, crime goes up. In times of high stress, crime goes up.
Sure. Okay. Awesome.
Okay, so if
Now,
we have a
but you have no
massive-
backing for the fact that Donald Trump would be better for the economy. In fact, Richie, 34 Nobel Prize-winning economists that said that Kamala Harris's plan was better for the economy and Donald Trump's plan would likely lead to a recession. 34 Nobel Prize-winning economists. But you believe racists instead. Racist podcasters. That's who you believe. That's why I'm so frustrated. That's why I'm muting you, because you're spewing it. It's from Charlie's mouth through it's from Charlie's ass through your mouth and coming out into this live. That's why I'm muting. I'm tired of hearing it. You're trying to imply, oh, I don't care. This is your statement. I do care about people molesting children. And in fact, if Donald Trump is a child molester, then I would have abstained from voting. I still wouldn't vote for a black woman over a child molester because I'm racist. But
black woman has everything.
Kamala Harris is a black woman, believe it or not. I know your side doesn't like to admit that. Oh, she was Indian or whatever. Okay, so he dropped. Yeah, he dropped because the mirror was starting to hurt too much. I'm gonna finish that thought real quick. Okay, this is his argument. His argument is, I'm not okay with the cover-up of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and any other people that might have molested children. I'm not okay with that, but it's not as important to me as preventing the fall of our country. But in his mind, for some reason, Kamala Harris would have led to the fall of our country when there is no evidence to that. Every single point he brought up was either debunked in full or debunked with context. Every single point. All of his ideology was shaped by the late, great Charlie Kirk. It was shaped and to the point where
great is going too far.
to the point where he was already pre-defending a Charlie clip before seeing it and pre-moving the goalpost of a Biden clip before seeing it. It's programmed. They're like bot. They're NPCs genuinely, and I don't know. Like y'all are hearing me like crash out and interrupt and mute. I'm literally at my wit's end because we've lost a generation of young men to this. How do we fix it, chat? How? This is not okay. Their brains aren't working right.
They aren't. Nothing that we say literally gets through to them is worse than talking to a brick wall. I could only say that parents of young boys, even young girls, because do you realize that we have a lot of the young ladies also have fallen victim to it? Hey, yeah. So like parents in general, like talk to your kids young. Like they start trying to indoctrinate these kids as young as 9 years old. I have a lot of conversations with my 11-year-old about this stuff and keep them away from certain stuff. Dan,
Is that not
Dan,
indoctrinating them?
excuse me,
in a similar
Richie,
way?
I'm talking. Dan, do you know what game he asked me to buy the other day? Helldivers. I said, hell no. He's like, but mom, it's only about bugs. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Had to have a whole conversation with him about this game and his link to the alt-right. I said, how did you even come across this game? Like,
It
no.
was the most popular game on PlayStation for months.
Yeah. I don't care.
I don't think that it has as much to do with the alt-right as you think it does. I'm sorry.
I don't really care.
Okay, really quick.
We're not opening up that portal.
Can I defend myself on the whole call?
No, you can't.
Maybe.
KP's here.
Really quick, I want to let KP in, and then we'll go to Richie real quick.
Yeah, how's it going, Dan, Erica? I hope you guys are doing good.
Hello.
Just a point that I wanted to say earlier. You said that you laughed and you said that it's ridiculous that you would vote for somebody after knowing about sexual abuse against children. But the thing is, you did know that he was a sexualizer of children. We had all the evidence prior to 2024. We saw the comments that he made about his own daughter. We saw him call her voluptuous, which is not a word that you should ever be using to describe someone in your family, let alone your daughter. He said that he would be dating a 10-year-old in 10 years. And there's just a bunch of other statements that are so easily accessible on the...
He was bragging about being able to walk into the Miss Teen USA dressing rooms because he owned the pageant.
It wasn't Miss Teen USA, it was Miss USA, and they were told by the event coordinator to make themselves presentable because he would be coming in.
Richie, where did you get that? Who gave you what you just said?
Who gave you that he went to Miss Teen? No.
Thank you, Adela.
No, because I just disproved your statement.
I'll play the clip for you from Howard Stern. I will play the clip for you from Howard Stern. I want to know who gave you that spin. Who was it that gave you that spin?
I don't know exactly who it was.
You paused. Who is it?
No, do you literally think that I write down all the usernames on my For You page?
Okay, tell me other ones. You gave me one who's dead. Give me the live ones. I want to know who is indoctrinating our children.
I literally don't have any specific political content creators that I like. Honestly, most individual people, I can't find myself fully
Do you follow
agreeing
Aiden
with
Ross? Was it Aiden Ross?
Aiden Ross isn't political, and no, I don't follow him. I think he's a fucking cornball.
Anyway, if you want, we can play the clip. It's from Howard Stern. It's about Miss Teen USA, and he says it with his own mouth.
I'm not even gonna get caught up on that point because I don't even care. Trump is a creepy old guy.
You voted for him.
Yeah, and I can't use the point that you voted for Biden because you didn't, because you voted for fucking
Kamala Harris.
Well, you voted for Bernie before that too. So yeah, I guess
Well,
I didn't know
just
about that.
before
I
I
didn't know about
drop-
the Miss Teen USA or whatever, all that shit before.
Before I drop, I had two questions. Why is it that you felt the need to purposely mispronounce Kamala's name in a very derogatory manner?
When did I do that? I've been saying it Kamala the whole time.
Is this not the same guest that called her?
I can't remember. I feel like every guest today has been a groiper.
I don't even want to say it, but
every guest has been a young racist white man.
Name and then toe.
Yeah, was that this person? I can't remember.
No, I've been pronouncing it Kamala the whole time. I know how to pronounce your name.
Okay, I think I'm being gaslit. That's okay.
No.
And the only
I literally swear, because earlier I said it Kamala, and in my head I was like, "Oh shit, did I say that wrong?"
No. It was. You talked about. You brought up an animal from the Middle East.
What?
The one that the humpback animal, and then you said toe afterwards.
Oh, yeah, that was a joke.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why we don't joke about Donald's name. That's all.
You can. I
There's
wouldn't get
something
offended.
deeper there.
Like I wouldn't get
That's
offended.
my point. That's all.
Like if you called him like Moose Knuckle
No,
Trump,
but
I wouldn't get offended.
the only other thing that I wanted to say to you, Richie, is I am disgusted by the rewriting of Charlie Kirk and this obsession with the context that you guys won't stop. One of the most blatantly racist things that he has ever said was when he straight up said that Michelle Obama and Ketanji Brown Jackson did not have the brain processing power to be in the positions that they are in. And this is quoted by him. You can look up the fucking clip. He said that they had to take it from another white person. I mean, what context could possibly make that statement not racist?
I don't think that there's really much context that can make that right.
Okay, but you tried to defend. You said that he wasn't racist,
But he might have
clearly is.
apologized in like 50 years, so it would make it okay if he apologized.
That's
he's
such an
dead.
asinine. Ugh. Okay.
He's dead.
Dan,
He died a
I
racist.
do not envy you
Can I say
or
that,
Erica
Dan?
for having to deal with this on a consistent basis, but I love you guys, and I'm gonna drop.
Thanks, KP. Have a great night, love. That is a cop out. That's a massive cop out. Dan, breathe.
Dan, ask Richie the tally question. I mean, he already answered it on his own. He actually he organically
question?
answered the question without me even asking it.
Can you ask me the tally question? I want to know what it is. I will answer 100%.
Well, you basically answered the question I've been asking Trump supporters is if the election were held today, everything's exactly the same, same debate, same policy, same economy, et cetera, et cetera. The only difference, the same candidates, Harris versus Trump. The only difference is that there's a video of Trump raping a child. Who would you vote for? He answered this on his own.
Required to vote? Like, yeah, I did answer that on my own. Can I have like a moment to
You said
defend myself?
neither. To be clear, for the people that are just joining, he said neither.
I did say neither. Can I explain why?
Child
It has
molester, black
nothing-
woman. I'm not
Okay,
voting.
it has nothing to do with Kamala as a human being. It has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with the Democratic Party, and that my views don't align with the Democratic Party. I'm sorry.
So,
Child molester, child rapist.
Okay, that's not my.
Or Kamala
Okay, I'm not a
Harris.
child molester or a child rapist, and I've already spoken and said I don't.
Neither
support
isn't
that.
an option. Neither is an option.
Neither is an option in America.
No, it's
I
not.
have the freedom to
Not in
vote.
America. Not in this hypothetical.
Okay, in this
Neither is an
hypothetical, there's-
option. Which one are you doing?
Then
Are
I'm
you
voting for
the
Kamala.
person who.
Or I'd probably vote Libertarian or something, or Green Party or something. I
Okay.
probably would vote Green Party at that
Okay,
point.
I think
If the only two options are Kamala or Trump, I would vote Kamala at that point. If there's a video of Trump raping a child, but like, come on.
finally we found the line, chat. We found the line. If there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child and there's a gun to my head and I have to vote,
yes,
fine, I'll vote for the black woman. That we found it. We did it, chat. Okay, now all we have to
I
do.
wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden in this election.
Yeah, I get
wouldn't
it.
have
I
voted
get
for
it. And when I
Gavin
asked
Newsom.
you, and when I
wouldn't have
asked you
voted for Barack
why,
Obama.
and
I
when I
wouldn't have
asked you
voted
what
for-
when I asked you what your values were, because you already said that, well, yes, the Republicans are in the wrong about the covering up of child molesters and about reducing funding for fighting human trafficking. The Republicans are wrong for that. And I asked you, okay, so what values are you for on the Republican Party? You said economic stability. And when I debunked your talking points on that, let's go. What is it? You hate trans people, right? That's what it's going to be. The Democratic
No,
Party.
I actually
Go ahead.
don't.
I want to hear it.
I have no issue with trans people. I have no issue with gay people.
Oh, no issue. Okay, so what? Why do you not? What about the Democratic Party disgusts you so much that you would sit out a vote between a child molester and a Democrat?
Thousands of people coming over the border a day under Biden.
What policy caused that?
Weakening border security. I don't know the exact bill that he passed or
No,
anything.
you don't know because it didn't happen. You were fed. Charlie Kirk did this to you. Okay, Charlie Kirk.
No, it has. This has
What
nothing
Charlie
to do
Kirk
with
did.
it.
I want you to see what Charlie Kirk did.
No, this
He
has
pulled
to
his
do
pants
with
down.
me
He
living
shat
in America.
directly into your ears, and you heard racism, and you just believed it. Joe Biden didn't do anything to reduce border security. I need you to know that. Just hear it with my ears. Hear it from my mouth to your ears. Not a single thing. You could
How
look it
come
up.
more people were getting over the border under Biden?
Getting over the border. They would get more people were getting over the border.
Through the border.
Through the border.
Over meaning over the line, crossing the line.
Where? Where did they do it?
The south of.
But was it at legal ports of entry? Was it over? Where?
Oftentimes over gaps within the wall.
Oftentimes over gaps within the wall.
It wasn't completely completed by Trump.
How much of the wall do you think was built?
I think it was like an all right amount, but it was like very gapped.
1.4%. It was not an all right amount. It was most of the people coming over the border, most of the crisis were visa overstays and asylum seekers. There was not a single law passed by Joe Biden that opened the border. If the word open border is a part of your vernacular, you've been brainwashed.
You can't just like sign an executive order, open the border completely for everybody forever.
Yeah. And so I ask you, your whole ideology. You said this is a big deal, okay? Because you said when you had the choice between a child molester and a Democrat, right?
Border security to ease off.
Where? Give me proof of that. Give me proof where Biden eased the border security.
But I'm just saying, like, there is ways you can do it. Like you're. Like,
but he didn't.
Okay, then show. Yeah. When did he do that?
There's no evidence that he didn't. What? There's no evidence that he did either, so you have to assume he didn't, and I assume he didn't. But realistically, shit, you never know.
You're contradicting yourself. Like, you don't make any sense whatsoever, and I don't know why Dan is doing this. I'm about to grift. Send me a gold mine, I'll make your day better. That's all I got to say. Chat. I'm grifting. Send me a gold mine.
Speaking of grifting, Erica, I might have to actually, for the first time, I might actually have to.
You might have to grift for real? What's going on?
I might have to grift.
Hector was grifting earlier.
I have Tuffy has a surgery coming up on October 17th. Yeah, I might have to grift.
Was that your dog? Or cat?
It's my cat.
Oh, I hope they get paid.
Well, let us know how we can help.
I can't stop being.
Thank you, Whitney, for the manifesting. Okay, really quick.
Go ahead and put the thingies up and like tell everybody what find the links and stuff. Do you need me to give you a crash course on how to do a mod announcement?
Yeah, I think so. I'm really bad at all this stuff. But I was gonna talk about it at the end of the
I'm gonna talk about it now. Hey guys, make sure I say the cat's name right. What's the baby's name again?
Tuffy.
Tuffy? Okay. All right. Guys, Tuffy is going to need surgery soon, okay? Tuffy's going to need surgery soon, all right? And as we all know, all right, our pets are like our babies. As the mother of a child and no pet babies, I actually get it. I have a human child, so I get it, okay? All right, so let's do this, all right? Let's show Dan all the other love. Let's make sure, all right, that Dan's going to be able to take care of his baby Tuffy, all right? The links are in the bio, okay? Let's do all other good things. All right. You don't have to, if you can't give anything, we totally understand. If you can, it is so much appreciated. There's a Venmo, there's a PayPal, and you have Cash App?
I don't. I got banned on Cash App because someone sent me a message that I don't know. Yeah.
But we got the PayPal and we have the Venmo. All right. We have the PayPal and we have the Venmo. All right, I'm going to get permission from someone else to use their Cash App. I know that much. Okay, so let's just do all of the good things for Dan. Gifts help. Also, gifts help. Donations help. If you're on the YouTube watching Dan and you want to help Tuffy, you can send a super chat. You can send a super chat on the YouTube. All right, but let's do all of the good things for Dan, guys. All of the good things. All right, thank you. We love you. We love you, Tuffy. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get King Griff to come over here.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, Erica. Let me just give me 1 second to collect myself because there's a lot happening, and I'm first of all, Tuffy came in while you were talking about her, which was amazing.
She heard me call her name.
Yeah. Second of all, guest, I appreciate the gifts. I am gonna finish my thought, which is going to be shitting on you, but I do appreciate the gift. Thank you.
That's all right. Throughout a political debate, we can argue politics, but you know, there's bigger shit going on in everybody's life.
Phil, thank you for the $25 for the grift. Thank you, Phil. Carmine, thank you for the $40. Megan, thank you for the $5.
Can we see Tuffy?
Yeah, Tuffy. Hold on 1 second. Roxy, thank you for the $1. Not much, but appreciate you. What? Roxy, anything, anybody. By the way, okay. Actually, this is why I was waiting until the end of the live, and I didn't want to like.
I forgot you're a crier.
Yeah,
I forgot. My bad.
I don't want anyone to give that can't afford to give. Okay. This is we have first of all, we have time because the surgery's on the 17th, and I'm gonna put them on a credit card, which means I wouldn't have to pay it until whenever that's due. So, don't if a dollar is what you can send, that's great.
Accept
But
the help.
if you
I
don't
tell you
have
like
to,
I have Hector. Like,
anyway,
you have
okay.
a community. Let people be kind to you.
Really quick.
They use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
Thank you, Happy. Thank you, Wit. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Shrug. Thank you, Fufu. Thank you, Virgo.
They use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
Thank you again. Okay. Sorry. The Venmo is actually blowing up. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Really quick. I just okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $10 on YouTube. Erica, I wanted to mentally prepare for this.
Too bad.
Okay. What was the last thing we were talking about? The last thing. Oh, the okay. I want to make this thought really quick, okay? And I want to wrap this up, and then I'm gonna thank everybody. We're gonna talk about Tuffy, and then I just want to make this thought before I forget it. Okay. I would personally say, that it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big statement to say that you're going to vote, that you would sit out a vote if the options were a child molester or a Democrat, right? You said it wasn't because she's a black woman. Let's take you at your word. You said you don't agree with the Democratic Party. Okay. So that's a big deal. Like, you're sitting out that vote. You're a child molester, Democrat.
Honestly, I don't think my individual vote matters all that much anyways. I'm in a blue state.
Okay, but the philosophy behind what you're saying is still relevant, and I'm just.
I understand what.
Let me finish my thought really quick, okay? Really quick, because I'm on the verge of tears, and I want to get this thought out. Okay. So when I ask you, and Eric and I, push back and ask, like, what is the thing about the Democrats that would make you not vote against the child molester? And you said that it was all of these people coming in over the border. And so I ask you again, what did Joe Biden do? How did he cause that? You don't have an answer. You don't know. That's a problem. You've been fed this line about Democrats are for open borders. And though Donald Trump was literally the one that blocked the bill that would have reduced a lot of these problems. So I just wanted to finish that thought. If you want to come back later, that's fine. If you want to come back tomorrow, that's fine. I just want to get that thought out.
We're about to
do you
do
have
a
any
love
final
fest.
words? Go ahead.
I just had some in my head, but I kind of just left my brain.
Okay.
Good. Bring it back tomorrow.
Okay. I want you to think about the past hour, okay? Think about how many times you made a bold statement that was based just on something you saw on social media. And when I asked for a crumb of evidence, or anyone that was up on the panel asked for context or anything, you didn't have it, and it was always wrong when we did look it up. And I want you to think about what would push you to not vote against the child molester, and maybe just sleep on it, and then come back to me, okay? I don't want to give up on an entire generation of men, all right? Okay. All right, sorry. I need to get that out. I'm sorry. Okay, really quick. Okay. Check your TikTok inbox.
Yeah, make sure you do that. But then go check your Venmo, your PayPals, and all that stuff.
All right, hold on.
Right. And also, you have a super chat too, and you shout out Govan for the $10 sticker earlier. So awesome.
Oh, there's also somebody sent $2 as well. I think their name is just E. Thank you. Okay. Everyone, just give me 1 second. I'm very emotionally overwhelmed right now. Just give me 1 second.
You are welcome.
Let me do something really quick. I'm gonna take this down. Okay, I'm gonna take this down. Okay.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Thank you, Richie. I'm going to
I'm beating him awfully badly. I'm beating him awfully badly. I'm beating him awfully badly. Turn off the lights.
So
Turn
guys,
off the lights.
earlier today I took a nap, and like I should have took the nap because I woke up angry, and I was like, I should just go back to sleep. Then I decided to
I love
stay up.
Tesla.
And somehow, some way, that landed me doing my own live and then coming over here to Dan. It was all meant to be, Dan. Now get to reading.
okay. I'm gonna try to. If you're sending gifts, I'm gonna do the gifts last so I could get through the Venmos. But Sim, thank you. I see that you're the last one, but I will go through the gifts in a second. So, Phil, Carmine, Megan, Neely, thank you for the $18.
I'm sorry. They're there.
You're never gonna get through this. Turn the sounds off.
Okay, I gotta turn the sounds off. Hold on.
Never gonna get through this.
Okay. 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 Roxy, thank you again. Okay, here's where we left off. Christian, thank you for the $10. Daniel, thank you for the $10. It's Tuffy, and thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. I will show everybody Tuffy in a second. Okay. Joe, thank you for the $30 for Tuffy, and please remind Richie that there was a whole world before Trump that was so much better. Cameo, thank you for the $10. Love for Tuffy. Thank you so much. Erica, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Erica. For Tuffy and for my friend, let us help you.
Mm-hmm.
Alaskan, thank you for the $5. Hey, so I have care credit. Call me on the 17th, and I will bill as long as you're 5K. Those strings attached. It's lets me. I don't know if I should have read that out loud. Lets me pay off instrument. Whitney, that's
a cool ass offer. Like, awesome.
That's like incredibly generous. For reference, it is under 5K. So, what we did so far was 3 something, and then the surgery is $1,031 to $1,057 plus tax, and it depends on how many teeth they have to extract. For reference of what we're shooting for. But if that's freaking
awesome.
I think this is might be I think this is the first time. I want to say I think, just in case, but I think this is the first time I ever have asked for money at all. I really do try not to. And like my notifications are still going. It's like I'm just gonna keep reading. Can you tell me name it's under, please? I don't know what that. I'm just gonna keep reading these, and then I'll get my thoughts out. uh, Bill, thank you for the $5. The big problem is we have been indoctrinated to live on party lines, which makes people like the guest act irrationally. Liz, thank you for the $30. Thank you for using your voice and educating us, / keeping me sane and reminding me we're not alone in our resistance. Hugs to Tough. Adela, thank you for the $20, just because you're awesome. Andrea, thank you for the $5. Take care of you too. Steven, thank you for the $65 for your fur baby and for inspiring all of us. We got you. Thank you so much, Steven. Letitia, thank you for the $1. And let me do the gifts real quick. Ice Cold, thank you. Lily, thank you. Sim, thank you. Richie, thank you. Even though I do think you've been indoctrinated by the alt-right pipeline, but I do appreciate the gifts. Thank you. Sim, thank you. Fufu, thank you. If I missed you, Happy Humanist, thank you. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just talk about let me talk about Tuffy real quick and what's going on. I didn't really get a chance to explain it. Because Erica's such an amazing person. She wanted to bring this up now. And I appreciate it because I would have been really bad when I brought it up anyway. Okay.
Go get Tuffy.
I'll get Tuffy. In the meantime, I'm gonna rise the. Y'all can see her.
So, this one time at band camp, do you want me to continue? Drop a Megalodon in the chat if you want me to continue the story about band camp. What was the name of that shark? Look, it's a cat, guys. It's a cat. That's a fluffy cat. Hello.
So Tuffy is. Hold on. Someone remind me to thank top 3 likers in it. So the mic is blocking her.
It is.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So, Tuffy is 13 and a half years old. And always really, really liked food. Very lover. But a month or two ago, I started noticing that she would still come up and ask for food like normal. But when I would drop the dry food for her and adopted stepbrother, Lyndon, when I would drop the dry food, she would rush up to it like normal, but then she'd stop just like a foot or two and just watch as Lyndon would eat. And so I wasn't sure if it was just, waiting for Lyndon to finish because she hates him, or it was something to do with the food or what. But then, I started to give her wet food to test if it was because of her teeth. Because she did have a bunch of teeth removed a few years back. Years back. She's got like maybe 4 teeth left. Does use them. and she would eat the wet food. So I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure it's the teeth. And so I started noticing that she'd be randomly sitting, doing nothing. So like she would like run, not to anywhere in particular, just run from where she's sitting, just a few, and struggle.
Oh.
So I took her to the vet, and very, very nervous. I didn't tell anybody. Like, I don't know if y'all remember this a few days ago. That I was like,
She said, "Put me down now."
I was super anxious. I might have mentioned it in the Discord. And like a lot of it does have to do with everything going on in the news and politics and stuff. I was already like really anxious about that, but I was really, really worried about what might come from the vet. Like I said, she is half. I'm not mentally prepared for she said stop tokenizing me. I'm not mentally prepared for that. So fortunately the vet was I guess the best case scenario of what the options were. So she had lost 1.5 pounds in 6 months, which is a lot for a cat. And there was another thing I noticed was I could start to feel her spine, which I was never able to feel before. So basically the vet said they're going to do dental scaling, and then they're going to x-ray the how many extractions they'd have to do. Now, apparently, and this is good news, I didn't know this, cats can actually eat with no teeth. So like even if they do have to extract all of them, can still eat. But right now, like there are it's something lesions. I don't know if there's any cat people that can tell me what kind of lesions they were. But like from like how much tartar was built up on her 4 teeth. Not neck lesions. It's on the inside. Stomatitis? Maybe. Anyway. So right now we have her on a course of antibiotics as we wait for the date. Fortunately, they can like they're doing the descaling should get rid of those though, right? I think so. Or if they get rid of the what's causing the lesions, then they'll heal on their own with the antibiotics, maybe. But fortunately, she won't have to get anesthetized.
Don't ask me.
You don't have to get knocked out more than once. Like they're going to do the scaling and do the X-rays. Resorptive lesions. Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, resorptive lesions. Put under. Well, I was thinking put under, but it sounds too close to put down, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to think about that.
I don't want to tell you what word I'm using. Nope. Shut up, Erica.
The word is acetaminophen. Okay. Yeah. So she only needs to be put under twice. Anesthetized. Okay.
Yes, anesthetized.
Sedated. She only has to be sedated once. They're gonna do it all in one shot on the 17th. Now we are still waiting on her blood test results to see if she's healthy enough for surgery. But the doctor said, based on what she examined, Erica, the stalker. You know the person who constantly bothers you and me and
Oh, the stalker? Yeah, what about
they
him?
made an account called Dan's Dying Cat.
That's some sick shit.
Yeah.
I swear I'm so tired of these people, yo. Hey, get a life, please. Like, go touch some grass and go find your mother to hug you.
Weird gross behavior. Y'all, if you knew what he said to some other creators, one of them is on my panel. It's disgusting. Absolutely
This is a
disgusting.
sicko.
Tuffy ain't going anywhere. Yeah, I mean she's tough, and that's what. So the doctor said based on like everything she checked, like her heartbeat is good, her breathing is good. Like we're obviously we're doing the blood test to make sure. But she should be good for surgery, and then hopefully not too much needs to be extracted, but whatever happens, it's a lot. It's and so like for those that watched the live yesterday, I guess that was another reason why I was
Oh, that's why you weren't on yesterday?
well, I was playing Mario. What was that? My caption read like, I think it said like high key depressed, Tuffy getting surgery, too much news to cover, it's all bad. So I'm just gonna play Mario. I don't know, something like that. And it's like, so it was me like coming to grips with having to pay that. And I really didn't want to, like, it crossed my mind. I was like I could do like a fundraiser or a grift goal. We joke about the grift goal. So I didn't know how I was gonna approach it, and Erica just kind of
Let's just do it.
pushed me into the pool.
Mhm.
And I appreciate that. Because listen, I know how expensive stuff is right now. So anyone sending anything is a lot, and that's not to say that I don't also appreciate those that are just sharing out the live or just here listening, and like I appreciate every single one of you, but like sending $50, $40, like this is we live in tough times. So like I really do appreciate that, and I know that there might be other places to spend this money or send this money. There's people that need $20,000 for a studio, etc. But I really do appreciate everybody.
Don't
that's helping.
forget, we're still fundraising for that too.
He didn't hit the goal yet?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't follow him. If you send 500, Dan will get a tattoo of your choosing.
I did not say that. I did not endorse that message. Okay, there are more Venmos. Let me just get through these real quick. Sorry. I am gonna I'm gonna get a little back into politics for a second. Stephanie, thank you for the $20. Damn it, let us help you. That's what you build a community for. Heidi, thank you for the $5. Frank, thank you for the $4 for Tuffy. Oscar, thank you for the $20 for Tuffy. Thank you so much. I'm so glad TikTok is here. Actually, TikTok has to do with a little bit more of. Erica, I don't know how long you want to be here. This is a lot. I'm gonna get into a lot here.
Oh, I think I'll message you. But I want to say, guys, there's still over 400 of us up in here. And we also have folks over here on the TikToks, all right? Not the TikToks, but the tube. Y'all know what I meant. I'm tired, all right? But I got to go be a TikTok thought. Okay, so with that being said, guys, keep doing all of the good things for Dan. Keep doing all of the good things. Show him all the love. Keep sending those gifts, all right? Because gifts helps. And also links are in the bio, PayPal, and Venmo, all right? We're showing love to Tuffy. Tuffy is his cat, and we want to make sure that Tuffy gets her surgery, okay? And she stays a little chunky butt because she was chunky butt. Okay, but guys, keep doing all the good things, all right? And I'll see you in these streets.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Bye.
Anna, thank you for the $10. Okay. I'm gonna open up a little bit here. Because I'm already emotional, so I may as well get it all out now. It's no surprise, it's no secret, I guess, that I haven't been going live as much as I used to. When I do go live, a lot of it isn't my normal content. I haven't really been posting videos, at least on TikTok. TikTok has been editing and posting on YouTube, which is amazing. I offered to pay him for it, and he said, "No, don't worry about it. At least not for now." And that's huge. But man, I feel so bad because it's like TikTok is uploading all this stuff, and I'm just like not even doing lives anymore. And I know for a fact that like he's not upset about that. Just so we're clear, TikTok's not upset. Doing it for the love of the game. He's an amazing person. Just shout out TikTok. But it's just something on the back of my mind. There's been a lot of things on the back of my mind that have been moving to the front of my mind. A lot of the stuff regarding free speech, the news, a lot of stuff regarding gerrymandering and our votes. A lot of it is it's like there was a spell of like a week where every day, every single news story was like an existential crisis. And something that gets that's really difficult for me is I never ever want to lie to my community. It's why I pushed back so hard against all the claims that like Trump Kamala was the rightful winner of the election. Trump and Elon did something with the voting machines, the Rockland County stuff. Like I could have got a ton of views if I pushed that stuff when it was popular. And a lot of my community wanted to hear it because none of us want to believe that 77 million people failed an open book test. But I didn't want to lie to my community. So I pushed back on that stuff. And so I'm coming to a point where I'm feeling hopeless. But it would be like really fucked up for me to just doomer pill everybody, right? For me to talk to, we had like 800 people in the live earlier. Me to just talk to 800 people saying like we're cooked. Like we had a chance to turn things around. That was November 2024, and it's over. So like I'm at the crossroads of like, you're saying what we're all thinking out loud. I'm at the crossroads of like, do I put on a brave face and try to keep going? Because obviously we should still fight. I'm not saying we should surrender. But in doing so, am I being dishonest about how I really feel about where we are? Them party to cowardice. Yeah, and I mean I've been calling them out lately. You saw them in this live. Like this is stuff that we should have pushed back against long ago. So yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that I've just been that's been on my mind, and I'm just gonna let it all out now. So that's kind of where I am. I'm trying to find the ethical balance. Because I don't want to spread my hopelessness, right? But I also don't want to lie about my disposition. So there's that. Yeah. Basically, I'm going to open up for all the reasons why I'm where I am. Are you a Cancer? Yes. So Tuffy was one, okay, and we have that. That's the second one. I guess there's also like I feel a little. I mentioned about like feeling a little bit guilty that TikTok is doing all this work pumping out the YouTube videos and I'm not going live, but that's also like that extends into another thing, which is that like this is a huge time where if I am going to use the platform to fight back, I need to use this precious time, especially if the algorithm is going to change, right? I need this time to try to get people from TikTok to YouTube or something, right? I'm not thinking about. I should be posting videos about what's happening. All these things that I talk about in lives. This article. Nobody is talking about this. And I've been working on this video that I just can't bring myself to finish. This article talks about how the Trump administration is literally pulling people from every single department that would have been tasked with investigating and arresting human traffickers and just putting them on deportations. Talks about how they've delayed releasing the report, annual report that documents human trafficking across the U.S. and more than 185 other countries. Federal law requires that report, which charts global trends in human trafficking and provides a country-by-country assessment of efforts to combat it. It's required to be provided to Congress by June 30th. Multiple sources have told The Guardian that the report is done and just not provided to Congress. This is in conjunction with everything else going on regarding children. A common theme that I've been trying to talk about a lot lately is that the Republican Party doesn't care about children. We see that in regards to gun violence, where not only do they do nothing after mass shootings, but in Texas, after the horrible shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Greg Abbott loosened gun regulation. It's not just nothing. They want more dead kids. So you have that, which by the way is a topic where I literally can't debate gun control because I always lose it. We have that. We have the situation with gun control, right? We have the cover up with Epstein, which is regards to child molestation, and now we have with this article, and there are so many things to be talking about right now that I'm too overwhelmed to talk about it. And what happened to detainees from Alligator Alcatraz? We actually looked into that earlier in the live, and it turns out that they're not lost. It's just that they don't know where they are because they accidentally sent them to places that they weren't supposed to be sent. Which I don't know if that's worse or not. And something that's really, really, really difficult for me to come to grips with is how different of a person I am than I was 13 months ago when I started doing these lives. One of the things, all right, I'll do two. Two things that I feel are totally different is, number one, I used to be super, super, right? Where we'd have guests that would say the most asinine or hateful things, and I would be able to hold my emotions and walk them through the logic. And usually it wouldn't work, obviously, because they're horrible people. But like people would commend me for how patient I was. In fact, it was one of the only things that like I commended myself. I very rarely toot my own horn about anything, but my patience was, I think, my best quality. And that's like gone. But another thing was I was really, really good at compartmentalizing. Um, um, so a lot of people would ask me, like, Dan, how are you not losing it when you get off live after talking to these people? How are you able to stay so level headed? How are you positive disposition? And like I would joke and say, oh, it's terminal brain rot, right? But like I've learned that the reason that I was able to compartmentalize this stuff is because at the time leading up to the election, I had hope. So yeah, there's bad things happening, and I'm talking to people that are pushing for more bad things to happen, but I still had hope. So I would be able to just do these lives and then live my life. These lives and then live my life. And now that I don't have that hope, it's just all blurred together. But remember, we have the trauma of Gaza on top of all of this too. Yeah. So that was another thing. It's like Gaza's the genocide in Gaza is like not even the only genocide that's happening, and not even the only genocide that the U.S. is funding, and we can't even think to talk about it because we're losing our rights here. Like it's like, what can we do? We can't get Trump to not fund Saudi Arabia's funding of what's going on in Sudan. We definitely can't get him to stop funding Israel, clearly. Maybe we could have talked to Kamala, but so ignorance is literally bliss. Yeah. So yeah. So that's where like my head's at. Some of that stuff. Additionally, and I guess this leads into the Tuffy stuff. It's like I guess it's part of the reason that I pushed the schedule down to 3 days instead of 4, even those days sometimes I skip, but is that it's because of where my mental's at. I'm just not able to do my day job and put as much effort into the lives as I used to. Like I used to post a video every time I went live. I tried to post a video every day. Something happened, but my lives used to be a lot longer. They used to be. I used to get up and like do research on the news of the day before the live, right? And now I can't even bring myself to look at Discord. Because I go into the Discord and I just see horrible news article after horrible news article. And a lot of times I think about just trying to don't check my Discord. I think about just trying to just quitting politics altogether and trying to do what I did the first time Trump won. Which is totally not pay attention to what's going on. At the time, I enveloped myself in League of Legends. This time it would likely be something better, like spending time with my girlfriend or getting back in the gym. Or focusing on my day job is probably something that I would do a lot of if I did quit. But or playing Mario. Anything but League. No, League was also not good for my mental health. But the reality was I sat in my privilege in that most of what Trump was doing wouldn't be actively harming me if I didn't pay attention to any of it. Right? Most of the bad things that were happening would have not really affected me directly. Yeah, there's certain things, but I don't really want to have kids. A lot of things that Trump does are bad for the future, right? So that doesn't really affect me too much. A lot of the bad things he does are about are to marginalized communities, and I mean, I guess I am the son of immigrants, so maybe we're getting closer to that, but I closed myself off. I was really upset that he won the election, obviously, and I kept trying to follow it when he took office in 2017, first like 6 months or whatever, and I just couldn't do it, and so I caught myself out and I stopped paying attention until the midterms, and then I got a little life back in me, right? Democrats got 9 million more votes than Republicans. I got hope again. I think you have a really good question. Who is brainwashing the kids? Well, I might not. I think we know who. There's a lot. But the problem is there's a lot of them. And obviously back in 2017, I wasn't in the position I am now, in that me not paying attention or not participating wouldn't have as big of an impact as now, right? Now we have over 100,000 followers that could potentially be informed by a video that I post. The reach could extend to people that are non-voters. 90 million people didn't vote. And so I would feel selfish doing what I did 8 years ago. So, I have been a little open about my thoughts on like where the lives are gonna go, like if it's worth it to debate, what the point of debating is, because y'all know my position on MAGA. Anyone that's still MAGA, I don't think is convertible. They're like there are people that fit in those four categories, you know, either misogynist, racist, Nazi, or child molester. The goal of these debates would be to illuminate to the 90 million people that didn't vote just how dire this situation is. A lot of us knew in 2024. Hell, a lot of us knew in 2016. But 90 million people didn't think it was a big enough deal to get up. Another good another thing that these lives do, and I think like a lot of what maybe I do right now is making sure everyone knows that they're not alone. A lot of people have reached out and said that I'm voicing a lot of the things that that they've been feeling as well, and frankly, you guys make me feel like I'm not alone. So, because I was trying to figure out like what is even my role here. Like before the election, I was really good at pulling up real-time sources. I was really patient. I was live consistently. Like there was a lot of things going for me, but now it's just like what's the why keep doing this? If you want to see somebody that's good at debate, you can watch Carbon, or you can watch Dean, or if you want to see somebody who's patient, you can watch Erica. If you want to see someone who's really good at pulling up real-time sources, you can watch Pickles. If someone that's really hot, you can watch Good Trouble. I'm kidding. He has other qualities. You want to see someone that's really funny, you can watch Santana or Hector. Yeah. So it's like it's a lot. It's like it's just a lot of crises that are coming together to make me not brain good. So back to Tuffy. Thank you all so much, everyone that has contributed. And honestly, if Whitney does cover the surgery, which is insanely generous, y'all won't hear about this again. I'm not gonna ask for any money again. You guys know that the only thing I ever asked for is a follow. That's not to say, just so we're clear, that's not to cast aspersions on anyone that does have like a daily goal or whatever. There's a lot of people that don't have another source of income, right? This is their job, and it is a job. I mean, there's so much work that goes into doing the research, and there's so much, obviously emotional labor to talking to these people. So that's not me, casting aspersions on anyone else, unless of course you were lying about the reason you were arrested or raising money for a studio. Then maybe, but Um, basically, I appreciate y'all more than you can know. You guys have made me cry more times than Adam Sandler movies have. And let me tell you, I cried twice during my first viewing of Click and 50 First Dates. Twice. Each. I think I've gotten better at actually like ugly crying. Click. Yeah, the scene where spoiler alert, the scene where like his dad is leaving his office and it's the last time he sees him. And he says, "I love you, son." And he replays it over and over. Y'all didn't cry at that scene? He's literally screaming at himself to give him attention. Yeah. And then the other scene, I think the other scene was when his son was like in the street with the rain. The rain scene, yeah. Those are the two scenes that made me cry. In 50 First Dates, I'm trying to remember the exact scenes. I can't recall. It's been longer since I've seen that movie, but I know that movie made me cry. Anyway. My dad never ever told me he loved me. Dean, you are not alone. My dad has also never said he loved me. I think I've hugged my dad 4 times in my whole life. Yeah, let me bring some people up. I'm sorry. I've been monologuing for way too long. Happy and then Dean.
Hey, so I just wanted to come up here. Sorry, I'm echoing.
Oh.
I just wanted to come up here because I completely sympathize with what you're going through. It's hard. I even had to talk with my mom today. I actually had to cut friends off. I'm in a Bible study group, and I actually had to leave that group and all the investment we were getting because unfortunately a lot of them are still supporting Trump. And it's not that I don't support who they support or think they have the right to support that. I just, at this point, like we've all talked about, I can't support someone who is encouraging harm to others and then is just like, oh, well, it's okay. It'll all work out. We're past the point of delusion. We're all seeing how it is. And I think that's what we're all struggling with is it's like, well, where is the line? And I just want to come up here because a lot of people see me donating and all this and that. And not that I'm asking for praises or any of that. I just want people to understand I have been through a lot in the last year and a half. And the reason I have been donating so much is I unfortunately got hit in a car accident, right? And I had to have a spinal fusion, all this and that, right? And my life changed from that. And I was wondering days and nights, was I going to have money to put over my, money to put a roof over my head? So to watch all these people struggling, and especially with animals, which is my weakness, working for a foster and a rescue, is if I can give a little bit to someone and not have them wonder if they'll be able to feed themselves, take care of their pets, or put a roof over their head, that's me giving back the money for the pain I had to go through, because at the end of the day, I know who that was. So I just want to encourage people that while it completely sucks what we're all going through, and everyone's going through their own trials right now, trust the process. And I know that's easier said than done, but like that's what I had to keep telling myself. And there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So that's all I can encourage for you, Dan, is draw the boundaries that you need to draw. And if that means that you do debates once a day, like once a week, then that's what you do. And you can just come and talk to us. And it can be a friendly conversation. And we can just encourage each other and find things that are positive. Because that's what I've learned is like laugh through the pain, but also find what you're grateful for. Because it somehow is possible. It can always be worse. So just understand that, know you're loved, know you're valued by all of us in this community. I have only been watching you for probably about a year now. But you guys have changed me drastically. Let me hide in a closet. Sorry guys, I got 8 dogs. But yeah, so just trust the process, everybody. Know that it's gonna work out. Know that you're all loved and valued. And just keep pushing. Find a way to keep going. Find a way to have hope. Even if it seems the most minuscule thing and littlest, find a way to trust it. Okay? So everybody out there, just find a way to keep hoping.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Beautiful soul. I don't even know how to respond to that. That is good advice, though. Give me 1 second. Um, By signing this document, I certify that I have read the document, understand it, and have had all my questions answered to my satisfaction. I agree to the conditions of the treatment. I understand that this estimate of the fees for the veterinary services is provided to me, that I am encouraged to discuss all fees related to such care before services are rendered during my pet's ongoing medical treatment. I, the above signed owner, agent of the owner, or good Samaritan responsible for seeking veterinary care, the pet identified, certify that I am 18 years or older. That good Samaritan part, was talking about all of you. I really am overwhelmed by the the comments are making me. I really am so overwhelmed by the support you guys. I feel like I'm a broken record in that, like, I just cry all the time. Like there's been so many nights where you guys all show up for me. Now, like tonight is specifically monetarily, of course, but even just like how you are in chat. Maybe you're depressed and need therapy. Oh, I am depressed and need therapy. I you want to hear something insane? I stopped going to therapy to make time for the lives. When I started doing the lives, I was going live every day until the election. So I just didn't have time for therapy. But at the time, I didn't like super need it. But I like really and but it's so strange. I was just thinking about this today. It's I mean, it's not crazy that you brought it up, obviously, because I'm talking about mental health, but I was just thinking about this today. That I was like, wait, why am I not going back to therapy? And then like and then I think about, well, how long did it take me to get all of this out? And then I start getting anxious thinking about how like I'll even be able to verbalize what I'm going through. And then I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I should just plug it out or whatever. Which is stupid. It's not the right answer. Like I was trying to intellectualize why I'm not going back to therapy. Okay, so it was Happy and then Dean. Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I think there might be an echo, but this is my first time ever kind of coming up on a platform like this. I have watched you be prior to your changing of your name. I won't mention your old name, but that takes it back some time. And I hope that I don't ramble much by recognizing something that you have done. You mentioned before, that with all of the news, everything that is, kind of going on in the world, it's a battle, and it truly is. And in this setting, this community, you are our leader. And when our leader needs a break, he's gone through those battles for us, and he needs a break. You mentioned you have 100,000 followers. You've got 100,000 people that are going to say, you know what, Dan, take a break. We got it now. Not only are you debating people on various topics, the eggheads that come up and that there's just no way that you're going to convince them that they are wrong about whatever topic. They are just really horrible human beings. A lot of what you do, whether you realize it or not, is you are educating us. You are in this community, and that's what this is. You're not creating content, you're creating community. In this community, you are empowering all of us for us to do what you do on a daily basis. So if that means you take time to heal yourself, your loved one, to take a break, not even look at a phone, I would much rather you be able to do that and heal and let us take it from here. You've done more than what you even realize. So I think we got this from now. We got it from here.
I appreciate that so much. But that kind of also opens more thoughts that I wasn't planning on being a leader. I wasn't even planning on being a content creator. For if you followed me back from the Dirty Dan days, you know that like at first my goal was just mostly talk about the fake elector plot. Sprinkle in some talking about policy differences, and then if and when Kamala gets elected, to just stop going live. And then obviously the community talked me into continuing to go live, because the lives were fun at the time, and we were all brainstorming about, okay, well, if Kamala wins the election, what are the lives going to be? Well, maybe 2 days of politics, 2 days of video games or something, because there won't be that much good news to cover. We'll be back to normal, but obviously that's not what panned out. So,
I think it's time for us to take a little bit of ownership in this community, and instead of just being listeners, we take action, and that we take in more of an integrative role in educating people. So when you're debating some of these people, we need to have these conversations ourselves. Again, you have 100,000 followers, 100,000 people can take part and do what you're doing. You've empowered us. You've educated us. Yes, a leader role that may not be what you expected, but in that, you have educated us, shown us compassion, shown us how to research, how to find sources. There are little things that you do in every single one of your lives. I'm usually just down there in the comments, just listening. But there are things that you do in your lives that has changed me for the good, to where I know I can do this and spread on the knowledge that you have. So I hope you know that if you do have to take a break, one, we're all going to be here, but we know the pressure that you put on yourself. One, you want to be entertaining, we get that. You want to have something that's engaging, and you want to have the right conversations. But we also want you to be here as fully as Dan, without all of the other BS that comes with it.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Did you have any final thoughts?
That was it, and I don't know how to take myself down, so
Yeah,
just
no. And
just kick me.
yeah, thank you
But
for.
I appreciate everything that this is my first time ever getting on anyone's panel, and I hope you can take that with some meaning. I've also never donated to a creator, and you just mean a lot to me, a lot to all of your other followers. So I hope that does at least take some stress away. So that is all.
Okay. I got to prepare myself. Hey, Dean.
Hey, Dan, how are you? But I already know the answer. But Dan, you and I go back quite a ways. When I was going through some financial problems, you were there. About 2 months ago, you and I'm sorry, there's such an echo. I'll just take the earbuds off. You and your community, you knew I was in a struggle. You heard it in my voice, and your community was going to send me in an ambulance. And to this day, because of you and our community, I'm still not smoking. I told you a long time ago, you're on my bucket list, and I do want to meet you. I'm sorry. You mean a lot to me. Unfortunately, my world is a total shambles, but it's not about me right now. I just want to talk to you. Dan, if I could be there right now to give you a hug, I would. You are my friend. I'm sorry, I don't need to do this. Man to man, I love you, man. You're good. I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but I want you to hear what I have to say from my heart.
I love you too, Dan. Thank you.
We will meet. We will meet. And I promise you that. I keep a promise. So I'm going to stop there because you know me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it harder than it is tonight, but man, you're my superstar.
I'm glad.
And like the gentleman before you, Dan, take time for yourself. You built a community of over 100,000 followers. Okay, we can do this. You taught us. You taught us. We're not going to stop. You don't have to do this every night. Take a break, like I wrote in the comment. Take time for you and your lady. And I would love to talk to you and message you and maybe talk to you on the phone, and we'll go from there, if that's okay.
Of course. I love to hear that. I love to hear that you haven't smoked since that night.
I'm sorry, can't hear you. I gotta put my earbuds on. Go ahead.
Oh my God, you sound way better. But even though you're cutting onions for everybody, I'm glad to hear that you haven't smoked since that night. Your voice alone sounds so much better. I love you too. I appreciate you and what you mean to this community. And I don't know what else to say. I'm
You don't have to say anything. I told you, I'm gonna say it again. You are on top of my bucket list. We will meet.
Okay.
We'll go out and have a cold beer and chit chat some more. We'll do our own live at a bar or something.
That
So
sounds
anyway,
good.
Dan, there's so much more I have to talk about, but this is not the place nor the time. I would love to talk to you. But anyway, my friend, you saved my life. Your community helped me when I needed help. And your community is strong. I love every single person in your community. And there was a girl I talked to, totally something. She's a black girl. And I was telling her what's going on with my situation right now. And her community helped me too. I'm not looking for anything. It's just what people do with hearts. So, Dan, I'm giving you a virtual hug and stay strong. Take some time for you. Tell your lady how much you love her. I'm sorry about your cat, but I don't want to go there either. You're the man. You're my superstar. You'll always be my superstar. You can drop me, please. You don't have to say anything. I'll talk to you soon. You're the
Hopefully, I'll
man.
see you soon.
Keep smiling. Let me see that smile before you drop me. Come on. There you go. I always bring a smile out, don't I? I always can make you smile. Keep it going. Keep it going. There you go. Okay, now you can drop me with that happy face. Please drop me now, and you're my superstar. God bless you.
God
Stay
bless you.
strong.
Have a good night, Dan.
Yeah, good night.
Um, I'm gonna tell a story about onions. Okay. When I first moved here, I I swear this actually has nothing to do with anything, but I was talking about cutting onions, and I've never told the story before. When I first moved here, I had this plan of eating like a turkey sandwich for lunch every day, because I didn't really know. It was my first time not living with my mom, so I didn't. The random kitty noise. Can hear you, Tuffy. Um, and I didn't really know. I didn't really know what like people eat that isn't either takeout or their mom's cooking. I just didn't know. I was like, okay, for lunch, I'll do a turkey sandwich, but that's gonna get boring. And then I learned that you can make a big batch of caramelized onions. I really like onions, most form. Big batch of caramelized onions, and then freeze them into individual portions. Just take them out as needed. So I bought a couple of big bags of onions, and I realized I didn't know how to chop anything. So like I watched a YouTube video, started chopping one. Obviously, it was frying, but like it was just taking forever. Obviously, I just wasn't good at it. So, and my mom hadn't moved to Florida yet. So, I had my one aunt who was, I guess like the closest thing to my mom, but here, I don't really know how to put it. I don't want to say like a surrogate mom. It's not like my mom abandoned me or anything. But anyway, and she said, "Bring them over. I'll cut them." And I told her that she didn't understand. She was like, "You want to chop 40 onions? Why?" Like, "Oh, I'm gonna freeze them in little portions." And I don't get it, but okay. Cuts up all these onions for me. It's awesome. And and I drove her to Orlando shortly after, and she's like, "All right, we're even for the onions." That's not a fun drive, but anyway. So then I bring them back, and I'm gonna caramelize them at my place. I don't remember how many onions. 40 it might be an exaggeration. It was 2 bags, whatever 2 bags is. Probably not 40, right? I don't know. Okay, either way. I have 2 pans going. And they're taking so much longer than I ever expected. So much longer than I could have fathomed. As they're getting close, I don't know if it was because I was getting bored, or I don't know if it was the ADHD, which at the time was undiagnosed. I don't know what it was. But I had the bright idea to deglaze with rum. Now I know what you might be thinking. Okay, something dangerous or crazy happens. No, it's not that. Okay, there was 2 pans. So what I did was I put a shot of Captain Morgan in one of the pans. I don't know. I put a plug. Have you guys ever seen that video? It's this blonde lady. I don't know if it went viral on Vine, but she's like 2 shots of vodka. You know what video I'm talking about? Yeah. So I don't know how much I put in, but that pan turned out okay. The other pan, I didn't put it. Captain Morgan. I put coconut rum. And it was disgusting. And I tried to like force myself to eat these sandwiches because, you know, my aunt put all the work into chopping them and I put all the work into caramelizing them. And it was just gross. And eventually I just all the coconut ones I just had to throw out. And so the moral of the story is that I knew if I dwelled on what Dean just said, I was going to cry more. And that popped on my head, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to do that. And now we're good. Eyes dry. We are good. Okay. Huffy, how can I help you? I finally landed the making onions taste good again. Okay, really quick before we go to the next guest. Do any of you live in a state that has Sticky Fingers, a barbecue joint? And if so, have you ever had Sticky Fingers bread pudding? This is getting weird. No, but I love bread pudding. Yeah, I also love bread pudding. And this is also random. I don't think there is a better dessert that I've ever had than Sticky Fingers bread pudding a la mode. I don't even know if they still have it because I remember my brother told me that they discontinued it. Izel, thank you for the $5. Adela, thank you for the $2. Oh, sorry. Izel said, "Take care, friend." Adela, if you need help, please let me know. I'm not working and have time. Cash or money. Thank you so much, Adela. Alaskan, thank you for the $5. Whenever you question how powerful a voice is, remember what we all did with Kimmel. We showed our values and where we stood, and it was a win for democracy. Just remember, we still have some voice and power left, and we have to stop giving these MAGA supporters power. What part of the country are there Sticky Fingers? I had it in North Carolina. So I guess that part of the country? There's a Cajun restaurant ran by a guy who fled from Katrina here who makes good bread pudding. If it's Sticky Fingers Rib House, they just closed them permanently. Oof. Okay. Shout out to Crazy Monsoon, Adela, and RTP's falsetto voice. Thank you so much for being the top 3 likers. Pretty sure this thing breaks after a while, so I'm gonna reset it. There's a few more guests that were requesting. I'm gonna turn sound effects back on. Hold on. Called Lycathon. Okay. Yeah, there's a few more people I want to bring up. I think Tuffy and
No, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm waiting myself. You're good.
Thank you, Whitney, for reminding us what the sound effects do. Oh, and Walker's here. Okay, so I might be a few minutes. Let me leave y'all with a video. I gotta feed Walker, and I gotta feed Tuffy, and Tuffy only eats wet food right now, so let me leave y'all with a video. What is this?
Oh, that's my son. Hey, what's going on? They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of Trump voters?
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West Bygod, Virginia.
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really? It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The billionaires, they don't need a tax break.
They're trying to give all the billionaires and rich people breaks. That's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when I heard that Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a Democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
You started with Trump, and then now you're a whole volunteer.
A whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
And me? I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. Been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people. Very down-to-earth, working-class people. You know, we campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment. We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now.
We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We've won a big victory in West Virginia.
But that was just a Democratic primary in 2016. The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County. What's the story? I see a hand woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then, but anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia. For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
It's crying at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mingo County, like the rest of the state, went big for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of his voters over biscuits and coffee to find out what that's all about.
I would have been nervous with a lot of different, celebrities or politicians, but you just seem so normal, you're like obviously just like a normal human.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the damn breakfast here. I'm starving.
We already ate.
I would love to take an inventory of just personal politics in the last couple of years. Can we start off with that?
You're gonna start with me.
Yeah, we'll start with you. Yeah.
I am independent, but I lean conservative. I not as much anymore as I used to, but I did vote for Trump. But I did post on my Facebook page, instead of I voted, I put I vomited because I didn't want to, but I didn't.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I voted Republican. I agree with some things of Trump, but most I do not right now.
Right.
I do not, no.
And John, what's that like for you?
Well, this is my first time voting because I was just turned 18 right before I was able to vote. So I voted for Trump, but I'm primarily a Democrat.
Senator, who'd you vote for?
It wasn't Trump. Let me throw out a question.
Yeah.
You are living, shock of all shocks, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Do you feel that down here?
No. People are not surviving. We just had our food bank yesterday. We usually pack for 80 people. We served 102 yesterday. It is getting worse. Nobody's surviving right now.
My husband works at the hospital, and there are several ODs every single day.
Only a town of 6,000.
Yeah, we're not a big town.
Several ODs every day?
Oh, yeah.
Let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer. Nobody does, because, again, this is not just the West Virginia issue. We got it terrible in Vermont. So why are people doing drugs?
In my thing that I see, because I work a lot in addiction, is it's mental health issues.
It's what?
Mental health issues.
Lack of jobs.
Lack of jobs, poverty, lack of support for our veterans.
You finding many veterans doing drugs?
Oh, yes. And homeless.
And homeless.
And that irritates me. They stood up, they fought for our country, and we can't even afford to give them housing.
I always wondered, how did so many drugs get into this state? Do we have thoughts about that? How did so many? Yeah.
The doctor's pushing it.
Talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, my mother was an addict.
Do y'all want to keep watching the video? I don't know. Kind of just walking in on it now. Okay. I'm gonna reorientate a little bit because YouTube and Twitch was seeing half the video over here and half the video over here.
And that's how she got addicted. Was she had a back injury, the doctor kept prescribing medicine, eventually that medicine didn't work and she had to start doing the harder stuff. Sadly, she passed away from a drug overdose. So, I mean, I understand the addiction part of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to fight. And addiction just doesn't affect the person that's doing it, it affects the whole family, the whole area.
Grow up around this kind of poverty long enough, and you start to lose faith in the political system that allowed it to happen. While Trump may put up huge numbers at the ballot box, nearly half of West Virginians don't even show up to vote at all, one of the highest non-voting rates in the country.
And I think the message is not complicated. People throughout the country, especially in rural areas, feel neglected. They are hurting financially. The Democratic Party, by and large, has kind of ignored those people, turned its back on them.
Not always, though, right?
Not always. Oh, no.
Especially here. I mean, it was 80 years of Democrats before it flipped.
You got it. This was one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. You're a strong union state, working class state. But I think what happened in West Virginia is a perfect example of the decline of the Democratic Party nationally.
To understand what happened to the Democratic Party in West Virginia, you need to understand the history of coal.
I'm a mine worker, generational mine worker. We built these towns, all of us.
There was a time when coal companies controlled almost everything, and speaking out against the boss could get you beaten, evicted, or worse. But in 1921, all of that boiled over at the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest labor uprising in U.S. history.
Way back when, in the 1920s, it wasn't quite so civil. But we got to respect those people, our ancestors.
The mine wars, our own history here, is kept out of the textbooks, really.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's not in the popular imagination. I mean, that's been scrubbed because I think it's dangerous. You know, it's a threat. It's a threat to power.
Yeah.
Those early fights built the United Mine Workers of America and inspired a national labor movement that won the 8-hour day, paid vacations, and the weekend. And for decades, it was the Democratic Party who defended the unions. So working class West Virginians kept that fire going at the ballot box. But coal burns fast, and eventually the flame died out. Within a few decades, we went from over 100,000 coal miners to around 10,000 today, and only a fraction of those still unionized. As the union shrank, so did the backbone of the Democratic Party. So the Democrats shifted their strategy. They left the coal towns and the haulers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
Why have I never heard that video before? That was what led to Hillary's loss, right? Essentially abandoning blue-collar workers. Well, ignoring blue-collar workers. Like literally not campaigning in those places.
The whole valley here was Democrat for years and years, and here the last 5 or 6 years, it has evolved into red.
West Virginia's turn from deep blue to solid red happened fast, all while hospitals struggled to stay open, classrooms emptied out, and opioids were pumped into these hills. Then came Trump, who promised to turn back the clock.
Coal is coming back. Clean coal is coming back. 100%. Donald Trump says he's going to bring back jobs to Appalachia, to the coal mining areas.
Yeah, they may do it.
You can see President Trump's bringing in all kind of industry. There's going to be jobs up the kazoo.
Look, why is Trump president? It's not complicated, in my view.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party was about protecting the status quo and tinkering around the edges.
Yeah.
You know, we promise you we're not going to do anything bold. We're very bold.
I don't know that I like how they made it sound like Trump was the reason that West Virginia is red. Like that's not that West Virginia was red before that.
Bipartisan, we're going to work with the business community, we love billionaires, blah, 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 okay? And Trump comes along and says the system is broken.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's right.
Yeah, so the last time it was blue was Clinton. And it was relatively close in 2000, but ever since it's been trending red. The gap in 2004 was 13 points. Like 13-point gap in 2004, 13-point gap in 2008. Sheesh. That. $27-point gap in 2012. And then a God. And then like a 30-something point gap. So like it was trending red. Trump walloped Hillary in 2016, but it was already trending red. So like the idea that like Trump is the reason that West Virginia is red isn't true. Yeah, the DNC did abandon West Virginia. Now that's not to say that the Republicans are doing anything for them either. It's just they're appealing to them. Like the DNC was like, well, we're not going to bring back coal, and the Republicans are like, we will bring back coal. Also, nominate a black guy.
The system is broken. Now, his solutions only make it worse.
Trump, for all his promises, has not brought the coal industry back. But with the big, beautiful bill, his signature piece of legislation, he made his mark on West Virginia. It's estimated that more than 50,000 West Virginians will be cut from Medicaid. At least 7 hospitals in the state are at risk of shutting down, and as many as 84,000 people will lose access to food assistance because of this bill.
So in this bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill, why do you think they cut Medicaid? To save government money so that, what?
They can give tax to their donors.
Exactly. It's not only $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, it's a huge tax break to large corporations as well.
So why do they need to have a tax break?
All right.
I
now
use
you're
a tax
asking
break.
me.
I mean, I'm being real. I know I pay like 26% taxes. Like, I could use that money.
Look, these people on top are not nice people. They want more and more. They don't have $1 million. That's chump change.
Yeah.
And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in some case.
When you live here, it feels like a poor country.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I mean, when you say we're the wealthiest, like you said that several times yesterday, and I was like, is it true though? Because like,
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
In aggregate, that's what, look, if we're sitting here and I'm worth $1 billion and all of you are broke, you add it all together, you divide it, we're very wealthy, right? We're all worth $100 million. But I got $1 billion and you got nothing. That's America. And if I say that I think the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, are you going to think I'm a communist and a terrible person?
I think if people listen, if you talk the way that you did, and you're so reasonable, like they've painted you in a bad light, and it actually makes me very angry because, you know, you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches and I started watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed in the media, right?
We're told that the biggest divide in America is between left and right. But Bernie came here to flip that story on its head.
I think that whether you're in rural West Virginia or Burlington, Vermont, you got the same exact issues. And I think we don't let people divide us up. We got to come together to fight for all of us.
Over 100 years ago, they called us rednecks because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. That history was mostly erased from our textbooks, but it never went away. It's still here, scattered all across the state, if you know where to look.
My grandfather fought at Blair Mountain.
Your grandfather fought at Blair Mountain?
Yes.
What do you think this country at this moment needs to learn from your grandfather who fought at Blair Mountain?
Well, you just can't stand and let them step on you. You got to get up and fight.
So that is what our struggle is about, is to take on the greed of these people and say, you know what? You cannot and will not have it all.
Bernie Sanders is 84 years old. He's not running for president. But maybe what he's after is way bigger than one election.
How do we get the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, who is just as guilty of taking money from billionaire causes, to embrace a progressive working class agenda, because it's about time?
What's your name?
Max.
You're going to lead it, Max. Look, this state was once one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. And I think people gave up on the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party gave up on them. So take it back. Don't ask, take it.
You have been to how many Bernie rallies now?
3.
And over what period of time did that take place?
2 days. The first night was just like real eye-opening for me. It was like a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
We all want our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food. We all want our kids to have health care.
Yeah.
Like, there's no difference. We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting each other, we're not going to ever get anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Did you expect to walk out of here with a shirt?
I did not expect to walk out of here with a shirt.
Hi, thanks for watching our video. If you like this story and you want more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe.
We got her on camera. Avi, that was 4K. You hissed at him for no reason. Chat, this is Lyndon. Currently, very healthy. Strong teeth. Lyndon, actually, do they hate each other? Lyndon loves everybody. Except Max Cat. Oh, I didn't tell you guys that story. Mac brought one of her cats over last weekend, and it did not go over well. But give Tuffy some love. Can't really reach. Also, if she's in like a pissy mood because of Lyndon and I touch her, then she goes. Um, Lyndon actually had a surgery, which is it's a couple of years ago now, but apparently the second most common surgery for male cats, aside from neutering, which is a PU surgery. It's the abbreviation. Hair replacement. A perennial urethrostomy surgery. They cut his penis off because his urethra was too small, and so he was his bladder was getting blocked. I think I've told that story before. So Lyndon didn't like it because I was talking about Lyndon. Sorry, people are probably walking in like, why is he licking his finger? I was just eating. These are chili lime pumpkin seeds. You can't believe you just told their business. So Lyndon, I met Lyndon 2 nights before Hurricane Ian. He walked up to me while I was taking out the garbage, like he had known me all his life. And super friendly, just like y'all see him. So I let him stay just for the hurricane. And then I let him back outside. And he started coming by every once in a while. We would go for walks. He would just follow me, no leash or anything. He would just follow me. Took her seat. He used me. He didn't want to sit in my lap. But yeah, so I started feeding him. Oh my God, he found the window of my bedroom one night and just like woke me up with his meows in the morning. And I was like, okay, I guess he's hungry. So I started feeding him. And so I would see him every day. And he kind of, he would spend probably like 20 hours of the day in the vicinity of my house. Like he'd sleep in the bushes and eat, and I made him a little bed thing. But I never thought about letting him inside because, first of all, he really liked going outside. He was friendly with like some of the other neighbors as well, and Tuffy hated other cats so much. So one day, you let him outside still? No, I don't. I would love to like take him on walks with a leash, but he really doesn't want to use a leash. I really don't. I don't trust him not to run out in front of a car. He's very weird around cars. But anyway, one day he shows up, and I give him food, but he doesn't ravenously devour it like he normally does. And oh, I do let him outside. There's a little like screened area, so he gets like a tiny bit of outside. Tuffy goes out there too as well. The mouth noises. Wait, is my mouth making noises? Sorry. Okay, anyway. He's not eating the food. Now, it was really hot. It's Florida, and it was during the summer, I believe. It was like July-ish. And so I brought him inside against Tuffy's wishes to cool off. I figured maybe, he was just really hot. He's obviously very fluffy. And okay, I was just making mouth noises. And I gave him some time. Good night, Whitmore. I gave him some time, and I was kind of just like watching him, and I started to notice that every once in a while he'd get up, like he looked like he was just not he was not in a good mood, like he was very lethargic and just wasn't his normal happy-go-lucky self. But every once in a while he'd get up, and it would just look like he would train himself and then try to bury nothing. Like he was on the couch. And I didn't really know what that meant, but it didn't seem normal. So you don't know his exact age range. The vet thinks he's under. Vet thinks that he between 4 and 6. I guess the first time, this was 2 years ago, so like it was 4. Maybe he's 6 now. I don't know. So I take him to I take him to the vet. Okay. I ended up having to take him to urgent care a different time. I took him to the vet. And basically the reason he was straining like that is he was trying to get urine out. But his urethra was clogged, whatever however you want to put it. His bladder was blocked. So
I'm beating him awfully badly. 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 I'm beating him awfully badly.
Thank you, Whitney. Crystals in the urinary tract. So basically, the vet said there was 3 possible reasons. There's crystals, there's stones, and there's etc. So their plan was to unblock his bladder, right? And then give him some, like hydration or whatever. Well, like whatever he needs to get back to himself. But unblock his bladder and then IV, IV fluids. Thank you. And see if it's stones or crystals, right? Handle it a certain way. But there's no guarantee that it's going to stay unblocked. Blah blah blah. Could be etc. Etc. includes like scar tissue or include inflammation or any other like reason. So I leave him there, right? At the time, I didn't consider Lyndon my cat. But after this, basically it was my cat. So I get a call couple hours. I get a call a couple hours after leaving him there. And basically they say, so we weren't able to unblock his bladder. 2 separate vet techs tried to. And it's just like his urethra was so small. It was so obstructed, or it's so tight. Kira, this is 2 years ago. He's good now. I'm just telling a story. Narrow, yeah. And so it was basically like I don't know if they just didn't know about it. The person that called me didn't know about it. But basically what it sounded like was that this was it. He was gonna have to be put down or whatever. Because when we got there and like they started extracting like the stuff from his bladder. Start of the show. They said that like if you had gotten here like 2 hours later, he'd be dead. That's wild. But yeah, so the phone call, when I heard that like 2 vet techs tried to unblock his bladder and they couldn't, like I just started bawling. Well, that's it. It's like this awesome part of my life for the past few months who I would go on walks with and would always put a smile on my face in the morning. I was really, really sad. The next morning, I get a call. That the owner of the vet clinic was able to do it. He was able to unblock his bladder. So I'm super happy. Awesome news, right? But like they had told me before, no guarantee that I won't just block again in the future. Is it Nikki Peace? I don't know that you need to keep posting that, but also it's not this cat that they're talking about. Just that's about Tuffy. But I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Because like it sounds like we'd be talking about this situation. This situation actually much worse than what Tuffy's going through. Okay, so I leave him in. I bring him into the house so that I can monitor his urination to see if he reblocks. Now, when I got the cat back from the owner of the vet, he was like, if he reblocks, we can do the PU surgery. And I was like, what's the PU surgery? And he said, oh, well, it's basically... The story I'm telling is about him 2 years ago. Tuffy is having surgery on the 17th of October. That is not in relation to her genitals. It is about her teeth. Basically the surgery is to shorten the narrow part of his urethra. Basically, it's cutting off his penis. But the way that I explained it was like it's like it doesn't change his quality of life. He can still pee, and he'll never have a blocked bladder ever again. Like, oh, okay. So we don't have to put him down? And he's like, no, you wouldn't. I mean, hopefully not. I was like, why did I cry last night? Y'all made it sound like it was over. Now, no, Kira, you're fine. Hey, Liam, I put a Pokemon pack on the side to open for your birthday, and I know it's been a few days, but we are gonna open that. I just need to wash my hands from the sunflower seeds. We are gonna open a Pokemon pack for Liam's birthday. Okay, so.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing, I'm sorry. I'm
gonna wash my hands while holding my
I'm peeing. I'm sorry, I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm wetting myself. You're good.
Okay, so it was Jesus, it's been 6. It's funny, older millennial and Lyndon were opposites. Thank you, Whitney, for the manifesting. Okay, so I'm monitoring his peeing, and like he's peeing a little bit. He's also like he's struggling. After he pees, he starts yelling, "Ow!" And at first, we're thinking, oh, it could be like it's inflamed because obviously he was catheterized. And so it could just hurt every time he pees. But it had been like several weeks, and still every time he would pee, and then he would just scream, "Ow! So I'm like, we might have to do the surgery. Because it doesn't seem like he's getting better. Thank you, Happy. So we scheduled the surgery, and I remember when it was. It was August 11th or August 10th, whichever was the Friday. I think August 10th or August 11th, one of those. Dan, we have to work on the angry cat sound. No, that's what he sounded like. I've got videos. I'll prove it. Okay, Liam. Oof, you're yeah. So we scheduled the surgery. But like a week or so before the surgery, Lyndon's completely blocked up. Can't pee at all. And I am super worried about getting him to the about him surviving until the surgery. So my vet can't fit me in. I have to go to urgent care. That fucking sucked. August 11th was a Monday. It was the year. Hold on. It was 2023. I think. Urgent care. Yeah, August 11th. Right, yes. August 11th is the Friday. The reason I remember August 10th is because a friend of mine attempted suicide the night before Lyndon's surgery, and it's a whole other traumatic story for another day. Although, frankly, I guess it's not. I would say it's not my story to tell, but they're open about it anyway. So either way, it's not relevant to the story. But I remember that's the reason I remember August 11th, because August 10th is the anniversary of her rebirth day or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, it was a rough night. I didn't get a lot of sleep, obviously, for that reason. But okay, but this is before that. Urgent care, I think they did the exact same thing that the vet did. And it was like triple the price. Pretty wild. Anyway, long story short, we get to August 11th. I have the surgery. The surgery was almost $3,000. And I finished paying it off this year. In thanks to viewers like you. I don't want to do the PBS thing, but like I don't remember what day it was, but there somewhere in a VOD, y'all were being super generous, and I had never brought this up, but I mentioned like this is the reason I was able. Oh, it was Chocolate Drop. It was actually Chocolate Drop specifically. Where I was like, this is like going to be my final payment, thanks to your support. Y'all know Chocolate Drop, right? Either way. Yeah, I'd never brought it up because I was on like whatever payment plan or whatever, and I don't want to ask y'all for money for that, but like people out of the kindness of their own heart led to that happening, which was awesome. I don't remember when I say this year, I don't mean 2025. I mean this year of streaming. So I don't know exactly when it was. It might have been the end of 2024. Either way. So mine ended up being $9,000. Wouldn't start till I paid and said he'd die if they didn't start. Oh my God. No, my vet said they were like my vet would not have let Lennon die. Like that's like horrifying to think about. Like my vet did the surgery knowing that there was a chance that they wouldn't that I might not be able to pay for it. So like it's a W, I guess, in that regard. But that's so scary to think about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking back to the urgent care, and I don't know if I couldn't have paid at the urgent care. I don't know what they would have done. The urgent care, unlike the vet, they made me pay up front before they did anything. Life on Purpose, yeah. So the surgery is on Puffy's surgery is on the 17th. And even then, I'm gonna pay it with my credit card, so like I wouldn't have to pay it until after that. But we might be good. So the community already helped a lot, and Whitney offered to use care credit, so we might be good. Obviously, you're welcome to help however much you'd like, but the story I'm telling right now is not the issue that is not the cat issue. This is a past story. Okay. So, let me guess the surgery. I keep him in my bedroom for his recovery. And it's a good few months of him not being able to control his bladder. Or I guess it's not that he can't control his bladder, it's just he can't control his what's left of his urethra. So my bedroom smelled. It was rough. I was cleaning piss multiple times a day. But eventually, he got better completely, and now he's an inside-only cat. My cat, I love him. Stuffy hates him. So that's that story. All right, let's open Liam's pack for his birthday. There were other people in the guest box. I'll bring it all up in a second. I'm sorry, I kind of got off track. Battle styles. All right, good luck, good luck, good luck. Happy belated birthday, Liam. Driving, so might not react. Is it 3 or 4? I can't remember. Okay, I think it's 4. All right, here we go. Metal Energy. Focus, gosh darn it. Okay, it's called Spewpa. Okay, Spewpa. Level Ball. Bouffalant. Onyard. A bird, I think. Nope. Blip Bug. Thanks. Esper. Roly-Coly. A reverse hollow Eat more. And ooh, ultra rare. Single strike Urshifu V. Might have even pulling a card, an ultra rare if you can't see it. Hold on. Oh my god, my lips are trapped. Okay. That's what he bowled. That's it's easier for me to show it like that.
Try that MAGA shit. Try it. Try that MAGA shit. Try it.
Thank you, Kira. All right. Nice. Got a pull for his birthday. Thank you, Kira. Liam, I'm gonna send you the reverse hollow and the hollow just in a regular envelope, if that's cool with you. Was your Shifu just drinking coffee? Maybe some Mario to round us out. I would, but it's already 2:33, and I'm really trying. I need to. You know what it is? This right here. All right, I'm out. Blue coin. I would love to play it actually, but I really shouldn't stay up all night. Oh,
I'm beating him awfully badly.
Thank you, Kira. Hey Dan, in One Piece, did you know Emu is Umi spelled backwards and Umi is Japanese for sea/ocean? Yes, I knew that. I made the connection the moment I learned the name of the
I'm beating him awfully badly.
Thank you, Whitney. The moment I made the connection, the moment I learned the names of the elders, I made that connection. You need to edit the Lee Badly out of that sound. My birthday wishes for Dan to get good sleep. Mac is gonna love you for saying that. All right. Let's. Thank you. This is my favorite gift, by the way. Just I don't know if this is new. I like that. Thank you, Whitney. We gotta add a sound to that. Yep, exactly. The ancient weapons. You see the Menefin sound? Do a One Piece sound for the pirate hat. One Piece sound. Let me think about what One Piece sound makes sense. Alright, spoiler alert, but I'm playing this clip. It's not a crime to exist. Hillary, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo for the kitty. Thank you so much, Hillary. Super would be a good sound. What about Sir Crocodile's Hisashiburi da na? Iwara. I mean, that's good, but it's not relevant to like there's definitely got to be a One Piece quote that could be relevant to politics in America. Also, the Hisashiburi da na is a little bit long for a gift. We could do the if we're gonna do a long gift like the older millennial peeing, we could do Doflamingo's Marineford speech. Then set it on Robin's I Want to Live. I don't wanna reduce the value of that sound clip. Because when I hear that I feel emotional. And we'll just be getting it for gifts. I don't know. That scene, I mean, if we're gonna do something short, we could do like super or whatever. One of the laughs. Ooh. We could do Brooks' laugh. Hold on. We could do Brooks' laugh.
Yo! 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 Yo!
We could do that. An option. Y'all know whose laugh that is? Who else? Who else has a good laugh? The more unhinged, the better. Copper cursing out the compliment. Jesus, it's long. Do we have any more unhinged than Moria? What was Kaido's line? Ooh, wait, there's one that might be Moria's. Oh, Saulo. Right, Kira? That one. No, but the one that might beat Moria's is they have it. They do. The same anime that has characters that laugh like this has led to real-world government rebellions against tyranny. Isn't that wild? The guy laughing like that was using funding from a world-renowned criminal to test drugs on children. Anyway. That's a long list of criminals. Also, Caesar Khan's VA also does Frieza and DBZ, so we have a double hit of Genocidal Maniac. Interesting. There are a lot of interesting voice actor overlaps. But I'm always so shocked you're still online because I work overnight. I should get offline, actually. I should get off. I should end the live. Okay.
Brr brr patapim, brr brr patapim.
There's a sound in mod chat. Let me see here.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
We need to start it at the halfway mark there when he starts to say aceta. By the way, okay, so I don't want to be accused of Trump derangement syndrome, but like, you really don't know how to read acetaminophen? Like, this isn't a rare drug. It's something that's in like a lot of stuff that we take. It's in, obviously it is Tylenol, but it's also like in Dayquil and NyQuil. It's very common. Doesn't know how to read though. Yeah, the well is wild. The way he says well in this clip.
Well, let's see.
I hate that he's funny sometimes, man. It just frustrates me so much that like he could have just been like a funny talk show host. Well, Works and batteries. It's frustrating that he clearly wasn't even briefed on anything prior to that press conference. Oh my god. It was so, everything about the press conference was so dangerous. Like he was making like bold medical recommendations to people. Global warming is the biggest scam ever. Oh yeah, that that came up. I remember that because he said they used to talk about global cooling and then it was global warming. Now they say climate change, so it doesn't matter which way it goes. It's all a scam. Did you see Oswald's video about the Fox host in the UN escalator? No, I didn't. I'm just over here waiting for Pokemon to sue DHS and the White House over the video. That video really pissed me off. As a person who sells Pokemon cards and really likes Pokemon, to see it used for human rights violations, just really, really not a fan of that video. And I hope Nintendo, being as litigious as they are, go after DHS for that. Although I guess, why do I hope? That's our taxpayer dollars. Our taxpayer dollars are going to have to defend our government because they are sanitizing mass deportations. I don't even where do we even go from here? Oh my god. Okay, why do we talk about politics? I thought we were talking about One Piece. Let's go back to talking about people like Doflamingo, who was trading, who was middlemaning a deal between a warlord and the corrupt government. Taking weapons from the warlord and selling them to the corrupt government while using the drugs produced by the guy who was laughing earlier and selling them to the warlord, while also abandoning his slave auction house because he was making too much money with this new deal. That slavery wasn't lucrative enough anymore. One Piece is actually a fun show about pirates. All right, we're gonna go. I forgot how to end lives. Okay, Twitch and YouTube. I'm gonna end your lives first. I'm gonna end your streams first. I can't tell if you're talking about One Piece or Trump's future plans. Best One Piece villain? Doflamingo. I love Doflamingo. Even though he's a horrible, horrible person, I love Doflamingo so much. Also, low-key, Big Mom fan. Crocodile is really cool. Kaido's cool. Oh, hell no. Big Mom, listen, Big Mom, okay? Big Mom, I actually think deep down has a good heart. Her main goal in her kingdom was to have people of every single different race. And she wanted them all eating at the same table. The problem is that as a child, not only was obviously she was abandoned by her parents, but she was manipulated by the guy who ended up being the cook of her crew. She was manipulated because he saw potential in her as a powerhouse, and so she ended up becoming a pirate rather than something else. She just annoys the living hell out of me. Oh, you didn't like hearing wedding cakey for 40 episodes? Everyone tell Dan to go to bed. Also, I feel like I might have a bias towards villains that have a pink aesthetic. And I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Like, obviously Doflamingo is my favorite villain. I like Big Mom. I like Majin Buu, particularly Super Buu from Dragon Ball Z. Pink. He wasn't a villain for long, but I really like Byakuya Kuchiki and his Bankai. What are some other pink villains? I gotta go to bed. Adela, Max, and Adela, Max, and Whitmore. Thank you so much for being the top 3 likers in the second half of the live. Sir, you like Big Mom? That might be a character flaw, brother. I'm telling you, Big Mom is underrated. And you know what? There's another factor too. And I'm not saying that this is relating to anybody in chat, but okay. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like power scaling, but like One Piece is a very big power scaling community, right? Which is fine. Gotta do. Love. I think trying to power scale One Piece gets a little bit silly because there's so many confounding variables. Usually fights aren't 1v1 or whatever. But I personally think that anytime there is a list of like top 10 strongest characters and the separation between Kaido and Big Mom is bigger than 1, I think it's misogyny. It's every piece of lore and every piece of information from the author, everything we've seen is that Big Mom and Kaido are on the same level. Kaido is likely a little bit stronger. And yet, when we see top 10s, we'll see Kaido 2, 3, 4 spaces ahead of Big Mom. I think it's misogyny. What else explains that? The author literally says they're basically equals, but Kaido might be a little stronger. Certainly he has better battle IQ. Like he knows more about fighting. But the Big Mom downplay. Anyway. Fun fact, Linden was originally named after Big Mom. Big Mom's like government name is Charlotte Linlin. And so his name was Charlotte Linlin because I thought he was female. Now technically, after his surgery, you might consider him trans, maybe. But once I found out that he's male, took Linlin, right, from Charlotte Linlin. We added a D because we found his D. And that's how we got to Linden. Now, obviously, there are other connections. Lyndon B. Johnson. I liked his domestic policy, but didn't like his foreign policy. Just like Lyndon, I like him when he's inside and cuddly and fun, rather than when he's outside murdering squirrels and rats. We were ending the live. Okay. Twitch and YouTube. Love y'all. Bye.